The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
Right from the beginning, you knew this was different. The infection was everywhere. It was in the street outside. It was coming through your windows. It was a virus.
Terrible viral infection.
It gives people this incurable disease, fills their veins and blood with pure rage.
By the time they tried to evacuate the cities, it was already too late.
Jesus Christ, 5 hours? It infects, replicates, and kills this fast? These numbers can't be right.
The numbers are correct. I wish to God they weren't. That's what I want.
There is no God. It's like some kind of horror movie. Such a great virus that you want to infect others, like your friends and coworkers. Sometimes it leaves pustules. There's nothing you can do about it. God almighty.
We could have stopped this outbreak before it mutated.
They're highly contagious.
What's this rash from?
We're facing a new strain.
It can cause life-threatening bleeding or even asphyxiation.
Where is it spreading?
All over the place.
All right, we're coming out. Here we go.
Opie.
Shut up.
Anthony.
I'm a little dirty. Wipe me.
James Norton.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Excuse me while I whip this out. Hey, where are the white women at? Oh, Lordy, Lord, he's desperate. Do what he says. Do what he says. Oh, help me, help me, help me. I got it from a Negro.
What are you getting at? What? What are you getting at with your sound clip?
And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous.
Can you say hijacked? Good morning and welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. It's good to be back in the studio.
Yes, it is.
It's very good to be back in the studio.
I like the safety, the sanctity of the studio.
Hey, what happened?
It was a bit abrupt.
What happened?
Yeah.
It just stopped on its own. I already fixed it, E-Rock. Get back to your seat.
Get back to your post.
Get back to your post and do what you do.
And by that I mean your post raisin bran that he has over there he's eating. Back to your post. Yes, back to the safety, sanctity.
Well, we did our Halloween show.
And paleness of our studio.
Yeah, we did our Halloween show at the Hard Rock Cafe on Tuesday night. Rebroadcasted it on, yesterday. There were two versions of the show, by the way, for the first time. Yeah, we really tested this free FM satellite radio thing yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah, because, how do we explain this? Well, if you're listening to us on free FM right now.
Or any of the other FM affiliates we have around the country.
True. What you're hearing is also pretty much being heard on XM.
Yeah.
Except for when they dump out, XM gets to hear the uncensored version every morning.
When we say something naughty.
So they get to hear a few extra curses.
Yeah.
But yesterday, it was two completely different broadcasts.
Because it was taped that night and then aired the next morning. So people had time to paw over it. And they made an XM version and a terrestrial radio version.
And very different shows.
Really?
Extremely different shows, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because, we have faithful listeners that go to all the events, and they thought it'd be really, really funny to start FU chants and stuff.
Yeah. Are they the same people that get on the message boards and bash the show that we do when we're out live and broadcasting at the same time and go, it doesn't sound good. Because they're cursing in the background or yelling over what we're trying to do.
Yeah, we're trying
Never again, by the way.
We're trying to broadcast a Halloween show for everybody, and I'm looking in the crowd, and I saw who was doing it.
Yeah.
And you will be punished. Trust me. You're not that strong on the message boards. You're going to see how weak you really are. But he thought it would be really funny to start, free FM chants and stuff as we're trying to broadcast the show and get something that is usable the next day.
We need stuff that's usable that we could put on the air and you know, you just get jackasses.
You can't call yourself a hardcore fan if you're the guy, you know, starting Free FM chants because you thought it would be funny. Screwing us up so bad that we had to wait for the chants to die down and then try to start up again. You made the show a complete nightmare. And
you pretty much just screwed over the guys, all the guys that had to hang out and edit the show.
Right.
For the next morning.
And I saw who it was with his fist in the air. He thought it'd be fun. He thought it'd be funny. Mm-hmm. You know, I understand one or two of those, but to do it throughout the whole broadcast where you make it really tough for Anthony and I and little Jimmy Norton and the staff back at the stations to edit the whole thing, you're not doing us any favor.
If we're not broadcasting,
favors.
Who cares? If we're just out doing a live show, doing a road show, yell what you want. Doesn't matter. I don't care. But when we're broadcasting, and that's why we said we just don't like doing broadcasts at live shows. We've said it. How many times have we said it? And somehow we get bamboozled and roped into doing it again.
We were just kind of saying before the show today that we were talked into it. No, we had no choice.
Yeah.
We had no choice. We had to do it. We had to do it. You know, it turned out all right. The broadcast was all right, but
for the most part, there were a few things that happened that were like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. And then, okay, I can see this hour is going to be cut out.
Right.
The ticket distribution stunk.
Yeah, right from the start.
It stunk.
Ticket distribution, what did we start giving them away 3 days before the event?
That was horrible the way that was handled.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. And then the Flavor Flav debacle.
Well, he kind of hijacked the show, which didn't help matters.
70 of his posse on stage. Do we need him to introduce every single person in his family and his posse and everyone he grew up with and people that just dropped in?
I don't think he knew that it was like all going to just be like. I don't think he knew he wasn't going to be announced. Like as far as I think he probably figured it'd be like, Jimmy, I was New York audience.
Yeah, exactly.
I was telling Anthony, you know, in the office before the show today. Flavor Flav thought we were all on that stage just waiting for him to arrive. He had no clue we were broadcasting a Halloween show and that he was just one small piece. He thought it was a showcase for Flavor Flav and what he's up to now. And he just completely came out and hijacked the show. Also proving that Whitey's just scared of Darky.
Yeah,
I mean,
Whitey
look,
is
I'll be the first to admit the best I could do in the middle of Flavor Flav completely hijacking our Halloween show was to go, Flavor Flav, everyone.
Flavor Flav, everyone, hoping that would give him a little hint.
To get off the stage.
Get off.
That was the best I could do.
Yeah.
And Patrice O'Neal was looking at me, laughing his ass off.
Everyone was. From what I heard, Ron and Fez, Ronnie had the best time. He was laughing at how uncomfortable we were and how powerless we were to do anything about it.
Right. For the people that didn't, well, you know what? You didn't hear this yesterday. I think CBS, the CBS version of our Halloween show, they only had maybe 4 or 5 minutes of Flavor Flav.
Oh, really?
The reality was he was on stage for 55 minutes.
Yeah,
because we timed it. We timed it. He came out, and we thought we were going to get a quick hi, what's up, maybe an acknowledgement that he was even on the Opie and Anthony show, do 1 or 2 songs, because Chuck D was there. So we got a little, Public Enemy thing way late into the set, which was really, really cool. But we thought we'd get a quick, brand new song from Flavor Flav, maybe an oldie with Chuck D.
Dude, by that point, when they brought out Chuck, I didn't care if he brought out Martin Luther King at that point. It had been long enough that he was on stage.
Yeah.
Get off.
It was really bizarre, man.
Well, so he comes out, says hi, and then there was a posse that, let's not exaggerate, was it 40, 50 people?
Yeah. Dude, at least
40 or 50 people.
And it was right in the middle of our mummy mousetrap.
Oh, yeah. The
glue trap thing. We were right in the middle of doing it. They were just ready to rip it off.
Yeah.
And him and 40 of his posse come out on stage in the middle of it.
And just completely took over the stage, which wrecked the energy of that bit we were attempting to do.
Oh, my God.
And then Flavor Flav proceeds to take the next 20 minutes to introduce every single person in his posse.
And who cared, really? Come on now. Who cared?
He thought that was, and he really did think, he really thought like, okay, this is like a whole Flavor Flav
thing for me.
Yeah, he didn't know.
He thought it was a party for him.
Because I said, at least, look, I'll say one thing. He didn't take the money and run. He came out, said hello.
He stayed there, and I didn't even have a clue who we were.
No.
Dude, he did not have a clue who we were. Never mentioned. He's thanking everybody. Never mentioned Opie and Anthony. Had no clue.
And he's done our show before.
Of course.
So, don't think we're sounding pompous. I mean, he's done our show. He's been in our studio.
Show. He was in our studio, had a good time. Didn't have a clue that there was a radio show going on. Had no clue who we were. That it was our show that night, and he was a guest on the show. I was on a couple of the message boards, and one of them, Whack Bag, I'm always on there. And I posted, because a lot of people are like, what the hell are the guys thinking, having him as a guest, just taking over the show like that. And I posted, it was supposed to be like Hulk Hogan was last year. Hulk came out with his family. He was just starting up with the show. Sat down. He was a guest, said a few things, did his little shtick that he does at the front of the stage, rips his shirt off and stuff. Hey, brother. And left. That was it. He was a guest. That's how that was supposed to be. Flav was going to come out. I assumed we were going to talk with him for a little bit. He was then going to go to the stage, perform a little bit, and then leave.
Right.
A segment of the show, not almost the whole show.
It was 55 minutes.
Oh.
Like I said, we timed it.
He was introducing people almost like he felt like he had to do time. Like he thought he came out at first and like for like 10 minutes he was just saying hello to the crowd and getting everybody to chant, and then he's just like, I'm going to go back and come back out. It was like almost like he felt like he had to fill some time. Like he couldn't just come out and do two songs.
No.
Like, all right, what do I do to fill time? Yeah. I have to.
So did someone not get to him and maybe tell him what this was?
I don't know. He so obviously didn't know.
Was everybody so petrified that they did not want to approach him because he had just what appeared to be the best bank robbing squad I've ever seen in my life?
And his security was intimidating. The people he was with were intimidating. You don't know how many weapons were on that stage. And I know that's kind of like a racist thing to say, but in reality, some of those guys definitely had. Thing to say. Some of those guys had some action.
I was afraid of his moms.
Yeah.
That's what the point was. An older black woman. I was afraid of her.
No, it was great. Well, Flavor Flav was doing. How many songs did he end up doing? 3 or 4?
3 or 4.
I think that's all it was.
Pieces of about 6 songs, I would say.
I think he only did 3 or 4 songs, and the rest was him, introducing his entire family and all his friends. And Patrice is like just kind of grooving with the music. He's got his hands like kind of moving. He understands exactly what's going on. He understands why Flav had to introduce everybody on the stage. He was completely, understanding of what was going on. All right, I said that already. And I look at Patrice and I go, dude, now I know how you feel, man. Now I know how you feel because I'm sitting here like, because Patrice is basically a black man in our white world as far as this radio show goes. He's like kind of the outsider. And for once, I was the outsider as I'm looking at Patrice completely enjoy himself.
Powerless.
Because he just understood exactly what was going on that stage.
We were just powerless to do anything. People are like, why didn't you do this or that or the other thing? With that security team and his posse, and from what I'm hearing, now one of our fans, her sister, got her purse stolen right off of her. Allegedly by one of his posse.
Just saw this?
Laughing, and grabbed the purse off her arm and just walked away with it.
Come on.
I'm not kidding, dude. I've been reading all weekend about what happened.
People actually saw this. There's witnesses.
Witnesses. This happened. There were other very close near altercations right outside the place.
I thought there was going to be some kind
that were only stopped. There was a lot of name calling back and forth with the posse, and just something that I knew was going to happen.
Right. Oh, by the way, to the person that started the F-Free FM chants, because you thought that was just hilarious, and you call yourself an uber fan of the Opie and Anthony show, screwing up our broadcast from time to time. Where was the F-Flavor Flav chant? Where was the F-Flavor Flav chant? You ass. Where was that?
when Patrice came out and they all started with the end chant. Where was that one there when there was 50 on stage?
Yeah, where was that? Look, man, you know, a lot of the audience enjoyed the performance, but they didn't enjoy the fact that he was there for 55 minutes. So why didn't you start the F Flav chant?
Yeah.
You pussy.
They're no better than we are.
I honestly, God, did not find his group intimidating. The only two guys I thought were pretty intense were the two security guys that were around him at all times. There was two guys, and I kept watching this one dude stage left.
I saw a stage left guy.
And he was
the real deal.
He had a vest on, and all he was doing was scanning the audience. It's interesting to watch rap security guys. They're so different than anybody we deal with because they really do have a threat of guns in almost every venue they're in. And it was like watching a cyborg. It was a left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down. This guy looked at it was like watching Secret Service. And the same thing happened at an MTV thing I was at. There was a guy who I recognized. He was behind one of these like chick pop star. And he was literally 6 inches behind her at all times with his arms out like he was going, huh? Like an old Jewish man's arms.
Yeah.
Huh? Right. He's a big white dude. And I'm like, where do I know you from? And he goes, I used to do security for 50. And I'm like, that's where he was one of the security guards at the airport that kind of got annoyed at me when I asked 50 Cent for a picture.
Oh, okay.
Well, he should have.
And this guy was 6 inches behind her and looked, no one could get near her. These guys are great security guys, man. So those are the only two guys I found to be kind of intense, were the two immediate guys around her.
Speaking of Flavor Flav, by the way, this little article in the Daily News today, Flavor Flav, former Public Enemy MC and star of VH1's hit show Flavor of Love, is certainly spreading the love. He's expecting his 7th child.
Of course.
He's expecting his 7th child. What's more, the mother of baby number 7 is not one of the 2 mamas of his other 6 kids, nor one of the 2 winners of his Looking for Love reality show.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Flavor of Love, by the way. I saw the 2nd season, and he picked Delicious.
Yeah.
Well, we found out backstage, but they don't want this to be known, but what the hell, let's blow up his spot a little bit. Him and Delicious are completely done. Completely done, but he's riding out the publicity of Flavor of Love and stuff. So they're going to announce that probably in the next few weeks or so. But this item might push him along. It continues. When things didn't work out with Hoops, season 1 winner, he started dating a woman that he's been dating on and off for a while. Flav's manager told us they're expecting early January. And yes, Delicious, season 2 winner, London Charles, is aware. But like I just told you, they're not an item anymore.
No. You don't know what to think with him.
So, it was, I don't know, it was an interesting broadcast. I hated it. It's just too stressful from where we sit.
You know what's fun, though, at the end of it, though, was being backstage when everybody had cleared out, we were all ready to go, was watching Flav and this guy. It was Chuck D was hanging out. There was a couple of his 2 security guys and a couple of his close people, Chuck D, Flav, and this other guy from his group, and Flav and the other guy were just trashing each other the same way we do at the cellar. Your mother's this. It was really fun while you saw it. They were just kind of like, it was kind of fun to watch them just doing that.
And maybe they should have done that on stage.
Well, you know, I don't think they knew. I don't blame them totally. They didn't know. Flav came thinking this was his gig. He didn't. He wasn't being a dick. He wasn't trying to be rude to anybody. He was trying to do, I think, what he thought he was supposed to do, which was fill the time and
maybe he should have been more informed
before he got there. Yeah.
I don't think he had a clue. I don't think he purposely hijacked our show. All right, let's go to Jim in Brooklyn. Jim, what's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? I gotta tell you, for the people that listened to the Free FM show yesterday, you have to hear the XM show. The boys were on. That first break when you guys were backstage, I don't think I've laughed that hard in a while.
I think that stuff all made it on.
Yeah, the show yesterday was definitely schizo because the stuff we did backstage was unbelievable. Some of the best radio we've done in a while. And then the onstage broadcast was all right.
It was what it was.
It was okay. I'm not proud of it. It was just it was okay. It was okay.
The guy's going back and forth.
But in the green room, man, that stuff was just amazing stuff.
Have a great day, guys.
All right, thank you. Let's say hi to Sonny Forelli. Sonny, what's up?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it, but then again, now that I think about it, I'm really not kind of sorry. I mean, one of my biggest pet peeves about the whole show yesterday was, how the hardcore fans were disrespecting Free FM in the Halloween party.
Yeah, thanks for the help, guys. I really appreciate it. It wasn't tough. It is really, really, really hard to do a live show in front of an audience. It's almost impossible because there's so many factors involved. You got 8 microphones on at the same time, so everyone has to be on the same page and not talk over each other. And then you got to make it sound good for the people at home, but you also got to make it sound good for the crowd. And the last thing you need is like hardcore quote, faithful quote, Uber fan listeners. Yeah. Starting, FU chants, knowing that we're trying to get this on regular radio.
Here's how we could have done it, and this is how other people supposedly, pull off the live broadcast. They don't go in front of the fans.
Right.
They find a place like the backstage portion of the broadcast. They find a place, they broadcast back there. Very, very occasionally, they'll go out and maybe gather up some fans, talk to them, tape it a lot of times, edit it down on the fly and play it. It's usually a music show that's out like that, so they could cut to tunes, things like that. To do the entire show in front of a live audience is nearly impossible. No one does it for that reason.
Right.
I wrote a whole thread on it on Whackbag, and I'm just very surprised that a lot of the XMers just don't get it. I just don't understand it, man.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Ope made a great point by saying they really don't understand what we're trying to do with this show and what we've been trying to do with this show since we've started the biggest comeback in radio history.
Right.
This is all part of it.
You expect FU chants from maybe, some Howard Stern fans that got into the venue or something, not from your own people. Yeah. Not from your own people. I couldn't believe that was going on.
Yeah, just screw up the broadcast.
It was hard enough trying to, make something out of what? Out of crap. We basically had crap that we were trying to mold into something, and you didn't help us along there. Nigel in Kentucky, what's up?
Good morning. I just heard the replay of the Halloween show on XM, and the parts that you guys had control of was, it was good for a live broadcast. But when your show or when the live broadcast got hijacked by that rap concert, it just went downhill.
It's one for the ages, though, man. I gotta tell you, the time that Flavor Flav hijacked one of our live broadcasts.
I have never wished sickle cell syndrome on anybody more in my life.
Here it goes.
All right, thank you, sir. Jeez, let's say hi to Jay in New York. We gotta take a break, but Jay, what's up?
Hey, Jay.
Jay. Everyone was...
Jim?
Jim, what's up, Jim?
Hey, I just wanted to quote all the other fans when Cigars and Scotch and I started the na-na-na-na, hey, goodbye chant. When
I saw that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Everyone's laughing at us.
Heard that one.
And there should... I'm sorry, man. I apologize.
That's it?
Yeah, I stepped on you. I didn't mean to.
I just wanted to say, it was a great show. Even with Flavor Flav, it was just such a train wreck at the end. It was great. It was classic.
Well, to be honest, I think everyone that was at the Hard Rock Cafe had a great time. So we took care of that part, but we also have to take care of the radio audience. And I think we pulled that off as well in the end, but it was a lot of work, man. Thank you, Jim.
Great show, guys.
All right, let's say hi.
My biggest problem was the ticket distribution and the way it was done. And let's be very honest, there was a really great-sized crowd there. There should have been more people, but it wasn't due to lack of interest. It was because people were afraid to come down. A girl I know couldn't get in. The Hard Rock wouldn't let her in. And I mean, that's probably the instructions they were giving. She's like, I'm outside. They weren't letting people in.
Well, my girlfriend had a couple of friends that really almost didn't get in. She had to find Hard Rock Johnny and get him to go to the door, and that's only because she can, and let people in. They weren't to capacity.
No.
So what was the problem when people wanted to come in that they weren't letting, and they were on the list. They were on my personal list. The distribution of the backstage credentials was another problem I had. Flav, all his people are walking around wherever the hell they wanted to go, they went. Believe me. They were walking around anywhere they wanted to go. And then at the end of the night, my sister comes up and goes, me and Patrick tried to get backstage to get my stuff, which was in, your guys' room, and we're told we can't go back there. And she's got like a crappy pass that, anybody can get. My own sister couldn't have an all-access pass. The hell is that all about? Meanwhile, 70 of Flav's posse are going wherever the hell they want to go. It was just those are the things that didn't make the air.
Right.
But on a personal level, just pissed me off royal.
Yeah.
The fact that fans weren't being let in. And then again,
we announced, too, that you could get into the show.
Yeah, you could get in. Just show up and get in.
Show up, so...
I think we announced that even after the fact, because people were so annoyed for so long with the way tickets. I had no idea. I'm on the show and I didn't. I'm like, did we give any tickets out?
Yeah.
And I know. Look, I understand that both XM, Free FM, everyone has interest in getting a certain amount of tickets and get great. But we should have had a completely packed house.
Yeah.
People were so irritated that they couldn't get tickets.
They weren't allowed in.
And that's probably what the Hard Rock was told to do. They were probably told to do that. You can't just let everybody in.
By who?
I have no idea.
What is this bureaucracy that we have that we don't know? There's no single person to yell at.
Oh, it's beautiful. That's
it really is beautiful.
America, man.
Because no matter what issue is brought up about this whole broadcast, there's no one single person that you can walk up to and go, so, you're the guy.
Right.
You're the guy. Why didn't this happen? Because no matter who you go to, they ship you off to somebody else. And say, oh, talk to this one, because this one was in charge of this, and that one was in charge of that. It was just a cluster F.
All right, we got to take a break, but the phones are just slamming about the show. Sty in New York, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Love you guys. Love everything about you guys. But listen, you guys need to shut the F up about this.
Why?
Listen, Flav and Chuck D or whatever, Public Enemy, they did a great show for you guys.
It wasn't
Did they?
Dude, it wasn't that they did a bad show or that their singing stunk or the performance stunk. It was the fact there was a lot of stuff around it that didn't have to happen, and it shouldn't have happened because it took too long in the middle of a show that was to be broadcast.
Yeah.
But he obviously didn't know that. He came out, he didn't know that.
I don't think you're getting the point that this is a live broadcast, that we don't just go up there and wing it. Like, it's pretty much scheduled. We have a schedule of things that we have to get to in order to make it sound like anything the next day. And that completely threw a monkey wrench into the works of what we were trying to do.
We wanted him for 10, maybe 15 minutes tops, not 55, bro.
And to prove
it wasn't a Flavor Flav show, it was an Opie and Anthony Halloween show, and Flavor Flav was one of the things we were going to do.
He probably thought it was like a VH1 thing. Like, he had no idea because, first of all, he didn't thank the show, which means he didn't know. Second of all, why else would he choose? Because him and Chuck D hadn't performed in New York in quite a while. And I heard a lot of the people like BET, a lot of them wanted to get those guys together.
Yeah.
Why would he choose the Opie and Anthony show? I mean, you just wouldn't. You wouldn't of all the places to finally bring Chuck D out. He probably figured, this is my homecoming. It's a show in Times Square in New York. It's a Flavor Flav show.
Right.
This is what I'm going to do. He thought it was like a party thrown for him on Halloween.
And Sty.
He thought everyone was there for him.
Yeah, exactly. Why else? How do you think they felt?
He should have really paid attention to who was in the audience, and he would have realized they weren't there for him.
Did you see security? He was scanning that hard, probably trying to find another black person.
Yeah, to look at.
They couldn't believe probably when they walked into the situation and saw what they saw, like,
wow,
oh
Flav,
God.
you're really crossing over.
Yeah, he's a crossover artist now because of his VH1 show.
Hey, Sty, I enjoyed, some of the stuff he was doing, absolutely. I didn't enjoy him introducing his entire family and all his friends.
That's what I was going to say. You thought that was entertaining, him introducing everybody on stage?
Oh, if I was you, I'd be like, thank God he stretched for me for an hour. And number two, I'd be pissed that nobody from my side told him exactly what was going on.
I agree. That's what I agree.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't really need him to stretch, trust me. I had Tom getting in my face backstage like, we got to end this. We're in overtime now. I'm like, overtime for what? We're doing our Halloween party. We'll end when we want to end. And then it's up to you guys to try to make this into a radio show the next day. But he's getting in my face. And I'm like, look, we're not going to use all that Flavor Flav thing. It happened. It sucks. We didn't want it to go down that way.
You know, why though, before we go to break, end on a sour note with this whole thing? I must say, girls last night, the other night, though. Amazing. The number of girls and the number of attractive girls that wanted and did get up on stage and showed their goods to the crowd above last year. Amazing.
Yeah. I think I'm in love with Baby Girl.
What?
Wow. She looked good.
The line forms to the left, Jimmy.
No, but you don't understand. This is true love. It's not just I want to have sex with her. I mean, certainly that's where it starts, but that's not awesome.
It's hysterical. And we had, if we needed girls, boom, they were up on the stage. It wasn't like begging or pleading, and they were more than happy to really entertain the crowd. So, bravo to the ladies.
Even there were a lot of Girl was wowing.
Yeah.
No.
I'm kidding.
There were a lot of positive things that happened that night. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of pictures are going to be up on opieandanthony.com later
Already
today.
saw some up on the message boards. Some of the funniest pictures are the looks on our three faces when Flav was up there. I guess this was probably minute 40. and it's the three of us making the same disgusted face with the microphones in front of us, just kind of looking like, oh, Jesus, how long is this going to go
And being
on?
white, we all knew without communicating there was nothing we could do.
Oh, there's nothing.
It wasn't like we were like kind of whispering like, all right, what do we do here? We just knew. Just wait it out.
His people knew it too, though. Flav's people knew this was a weird situation.
Yeah.
They're not, they all walked out. They've done enough Flav and Public Enemy shows. They know that there's white guys that...
I made a whitey joke to him in the audience, the fact that the audience is all white and everything. I made a little joke about that. And
what did you say again?
I was hoping. It's something to the effect of, he was asking a question. I can't remember what it was, but I answered the question really quickly by pointing out that... What's that?
Oh, you got it here?
Oh, we got it? Ooh.
Where?
Where is it?
We were supposed to break like 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
Which one? 3? Oh, okay.
Look at Sam.
Oh, we got it.
Boy, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
That kid's good.
Wow.
This is what you had to say.
Yo, check this out, y'all. I just want to say, too, for the first time ever in my life...
You've been in front of this many white people.
Wrong. Hey, yo, can I tell you something?
Hey,
Can I tell y'all something?
Yeah. Tell us.
He's wrong, because I've been in front of Morwood when I was on tour with you, too. Y'all need to know that.
All right.
But I love you anyway, though.
Get it.
Oh, my God.
All right,
Went on
Flav.
and on. Andrew, California, what's
It
up?
was a joke, Flav.
Yeah, relax. Go with it. Andrew, what's up?
Hey, guys. Colin Quinn's got the line of the evening when he calls Bob Kelly Genghis. Gosh.
Don't curse. Don't curse. He didn't curse.
You stink.
All right. He's yelling.
We have to break. How about this? We'll break and come back, and I'll tell you my favorite Colin line, because Colin
Kills.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Well, Andrew from California said that Colin Quinn backstage had the line of the night. Here it is.
Chuck D. Chuck D. Are they going to do something?
Wow.
Are they going to do a little something, something? This could be the reunion of the year. Can I see that for a second?
No, Genghis DeLuise.
Wow. I don't like that Quinn went to a room and roast.
He's trying to make a comeback. He's trying to make a comeback on your damn Halloween show. Well, I was just going to say, we can get... That shut it, Bobby. Stop.
I know.
Oh, Bobby. Just let it go.
We can get them.
He calls you two fat people from different times. He calls you a 14th century fat man and a 20th century fat man of completely different races. Oh, my God. I don't like...
Yeah, he looked at Bob Kelly and came up with that line.
And that wasn't even my favorite Colin line.
What was it? Real fast, Jimmy. Because we're going to move on to your...
Do we have the line about when he said to Bob, you look like, and he said a last-minute gift?
Oh, yeah.
He told Bob Kelly, which it was one of the best things I've ever heard Colin say. And I hope I don't misquote him. He said to Bob, you look like a last-minute gift in the Beijing airport. That to me was probably the funniest line I've heard in 5 years.
Colin was on fire.
Colin's coming in today, by the way.
That is exactly what Bob looks like, a little fat last-minute gift. It was perfect.
Like, I got to pick up something for someone. Let me get this.
That's like finding like a diamond, and all you got to do is this... and you can sell it. That was brilliant, man.
All right, we got to take a break. We're real late.
I still want Colin dead, but that was a great one.
Colin's coming in at 8 o'clock. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. Off the instant feedback, Chris K. from Boston. Anthony, you have to mention Ron's line from yesterday about Public Enemy reuniting on your Halloween show being like Slash and Axl starting up Guns N' Roses again at a Hot 97 event. That is a brilliant line from Ron and Fez. Yeah, it was the wrong, I don't know.
The wrong kind. Wrong kind.
Hey, I went to Letterman with Jim yesterday.
Yeah, Jimmy was on Letterman.
We haven't even been able to talk about Jim Norton being on David Letterman last night. Absolutely killed.
I was happy.
He killed.
Thank you for coming. It was nice to have some friends there.
Little friends, were you in the little dressing room?
Yeah, open, Lindsay.
It was kind of nice to go to Letterman and not have the pressure of going out there. It was a lot more fun.
Huh?
Just sitting around like with my feet up going,
No pressure.
It was no pressure whatsoever, and Jimmy looked great. His set was great. One observation, unfortunately, I gotta say it on the show. I didn't realize how sick Jimmy really is with his celebrity photos.
How could you not? It's just he's always been this bad.
No, he took it to a new level.
New level?
New effing level last night.
Oh, boy.
Just when I thought I've seen it all with Jim Norton. I've been backstage at Metallica where we had to sit around almost 2 hours after the show waiting for the perfect time to go up to the guys to get the photo.
What'd you do?
I've told that story many, many times. Dude, you know, upstairs in the dressing rooms and stuff.
Of course, I know.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice that we can all relate to the Letterman green rooms and the upstairs portion and stuff.
Sure.
So there's
place
Jimmy.
Like the back of my hand.
There's Jimmy. He's in his room. His suit is hanging up. He's, waiting for makeup, and we're all there excited for little Jimmy Norton. All he cares about is getting a freaking picture with Gary Sinise.
Sinise pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who was also on the show. Yeah, it's pretty cool that Gary Sinise was on, and it's pretty cool to try to get a picture with Gary Sinise. But he's about ready to go on Letterman himself. He doesn't even care about his... I mean, in my mind, how I saw it, he doesn't even care that he's going on Letterman. All he cares about is getting his picture with Gary Sinise.
It's a photo op.
He's got people going all the way downstairs to 5 or 6 floors to search out where Gary is because he's not on the same level as Jim Norton. And, check makeup. Is he down there? Just, call me, and I'll go down immediately, and we'll get the picture done before he goes. Because I know when he goes on Letterman, as soon as he's done, he's leaving. So we got to get it before.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, oh, my God. This would be all right if we're just kind of hanging out at an event, but it's Jim Norton. He's getting ready to go on Letterman, and this is all he cares about is getting a picture with Gary Sinise.
Yeah, man, I was like, because the dressing rooms, people don't know, it's a little different than Leno. When you go to the Tonight Show, you walk, it's all on one level. Mm-hmm. You go to, there's dressing room 1, dressing room 2, and the stage is there. And then the entrance to the stage is between them, really. Upstairs is where the bands go. They have a bigger dressing room area upstairs, like one little flight of steps right above you for bands, because they know that bands have like 12, 15 people in them.
Yeah.
But it's all very close together. You're literally a 3-second walk from the stage entrance. So it's a different setup, whereas at Letterman, you take an elevator up to the 6th floor, because in New York, everything goes up for real estate. You can't have it all spread out.
Yep.
And all willy-nilly.
Brawling.
So upstairs are the dressing rooms. There's dressing rooms 1 and 2, I think, right? Or 3. There's 3 dressing rooms, and Sinise was in 1, I was in the middle one, and then Joanne Carson was in the last one.
Oh, he was up there for a little while?
No, but there was a dressing room that was his.
Oh, yeah, but he never was up there, because that would have made it so much easier for everybody involved.
So I got Joanne Carson. She was very nice, and then I got...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Johnny Carson's old wife was there. And,
right, yeah.
And, she was right next door to Jim Norton, and Jimmy got that picture taken care of. He got that one out of the way. See, he was going for the trifecta. He wanted Joanne Carson, he wanted Gary Sinise, and he wanted David Letterman.
All right, good luck.
Well, I'll say that Sinise I finally got after his segment.
You did? How'd you get that?
Well, I knew his segment. Jonathan, my manager, was down there talking to him for like 10 minutes in the dressing room. He was like, I was texting Pete for you to come down. So I came down after his segment, and right outside the green room, I actually talked to him for a few minutes, took a couple pictures.
What'd you say to him?
I talked to him about what a brilliant actor I thought he was. And he was very nice, man. He was very, very conversational, and I asked him how it was to play McMurphy in Cuckoo's Nest on Broadway. And then I was talking
about acting. That show.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it was really good. Intense, and I asked him about my hands, of course. The same nonsense you hear on the air. That's what I did. And he was very funny. He's like, I don't go through my hands either. He's like, don't put them in your pockets. Like, I can't put them in my pocket. Sometimes I find a wall to lean on. That's what Gary Sinise has to talk about after he does Letterman. He has to explain to some middle from Jersey what to do with his hands in the middle of the scene.
I just love that every actor now has to let us in on that little secret and give you advice on what to do with your hands.
Right.
And so I do the set, and I come off.
Wait, but you got the picture with Gary Sinise?
Oh, yeah, I got a couple with him.
Did he explain that?
Yeah, I said he took a couple pictures.
I want to see that.
But this was literally minutes before he's going on. I'm like, this is unbelievable. Like, he's not just trying to get his thoughts together. It was like he couldn't do anything until he got that photo. And thank God he got it before he went on, because I think he was able to just now clear his mind and have the set that he did, which was awesome.
Maybe that's a credit to Jimmy, because he's done these shows before, and he could just go out and do things like that. Meanwhile, me and you are in the dressing room looking at the monitor going, obsessing about when we're going on.
Sorry, man, you're giving him way too much credit. No,
okay.
No, it's a sickness. It's a sickness.
Part of it is...
he's willing to just destroy his whole set on Letterman to get pictures. It's a sickness. You're letting him off the hook here.
Well, to be honest, there is a part of
Yes, he is a professional, but...
It's almost pushing away the magnitude of the event. It's like you are, in a way, going on television in front of, however many millions of people, and you don't want to look at it in those terms. And so there are times where I'm grateful for that stupid part of me.
To obsess on something.
Because it's really what I was thinking of, and I knew my set was down. I had my set, so I don't want to panic about that, so I started focusing on the other stuff a little bit heavier.
Yeah.
And Letterman was the picture I really wanted, of course, but...
Oh, wow, and that was the greatest thing ever. Jim gets off. Like, he does his set, the show ends. Jimmy was at the end of the show, and he gets off stage, goes right into that green room, right to the right there.
Yeah.
And we're all, like, just so happy for Jim. Like, Jim, you killed, you looked great. We're saying it was the best he's ever looked on TV. Everything was, we really thought was perfect, okay? And not even a smile on Jim's face. He's like, we got to get a picture with Letterman. I mean, he just got off stage. Dude, seconds. Got to get a picture with Letterman. And so he starts asking the staff, and they're all like,
What Dave does, Leto's different. Leto comes in the dressing room before the show. He talks to you and hangs with you. Letterman doesn't do any of that. He's just a different guy, man. He's just, and everyone knows that. He's just, I guess, a little psychotic. Yeah, he doesn't want to be bothered. And right after the show, his ritual is he comes off the stage, goes right up the steps, and right back to the offices. It's just what he does. They actually clear the hallway.
And I don't know. I got the. I was assuming that people aren't allowed to look at him. I was under the assumption that there's
really.
Yeah, there's a ritual, and part of it is to just let him walk immediately from the stage back to the office.
He probably has some kind of ritual that he's done every night for this many years.
And Jimmy was pushing it. Jimmy was pushing it.
I didn't care, though. It's like, you know what? I'm not afraid of him. And not to be a
I know.
jerk,
Jimmy was pushing one of the girls, and she's like, I couldn't even ask him. I can't even ask him.
Well, then you know what?
And it's obvious she's been working for the show for a while.
And she wants to continue.
Yeah.
Well, when he's... Yeah, but you know what? For her guest to say, I would like a photo with the host, I don't know. I just don't find that to be too crazy. I don't find a guest saying... Hi, I was just on your show. I would like a photo with you because I enjoy getting photos, and I was just on your show. I would like a photo. I don't think that's crazy. It's not like, hey, look, my uncle helped you move back in '88. Can I have a photo? I think once you perform on somebody's show, to say, can I have a photo with you 3 minutes later is appropriate.
I completely agree with you.
And when he walked off...
Well, can I just add really fast? So then we're doing the right thing because we're there for Jimmy, so we're mingling. Right at the bottom of the stairs there.
Yeah.
We're just mingling like, all right, well, she's not going to ask, but maybe he'll just, he'll walk right by us and there'll be an opportunity. Hey, Mr. Letterman, can we get a quick picture, right? And I think she caught on to us. She's like, you guys, could you kind of clear the hall? Oh. Jimmy was just on the show, and on TV, they're like buddy at the end, like, Jimmy, great set. And if you saw the appearance, the show pretty much ends with Dave and Jimmy on stage together. Looking like pals, right?
Sure.
It is a completely different thing as soon as that show's over, because now she's like kind of pushing us, like, could you guys clear the hallway? He's about ready to come walking through here.
There's the protocol.
And I don't want to lose my job, so we push back to the elevator, but Jimmy's kind of pretty much still, at the bottom of the stairs, because he's not going to give up that easily.
Where's the camera at this point? Where's the camera?
My agent
ready to go.
He had it ready to go. Ready to go.
So Letterman walks out. He has no suit jacket on. He took it off, and I nodded at him. He said, hey, Jim, thanks for coming. Great job.
He said great set. Yeah, he complimented you.
Yeah, and we shook hands, but he said it as he was walking up the steps. And I knew I could have asked him for a photo.
That probably would have been the optimum time right there.
And I know he would have stopped. He wouldn't have said no. No one.
But it would have been awkward for everybody involved.
It would have been awkward for the other people there and for the staffer, so I didn't. Because I knew I was like, I have someone to screen cap, but I was depressed and annoyed at myself. Had Pete and I been the only ones there, I absolutely would have asked him.
Yeah.
But it was just, I knew he had you could tell by the way he was walking, he wasn't trying to be a dick, he wasn't being rude. He goes off and he walks up the steps. That's what he does.
Right.
This wasn't about rudeness. This was about maybe he just does, I don't know what his thing is, but he's obviously a success, so it works. So he shook my hand and said, thanks, great job, as he was walking up the steps. So who knows? Maybe people bug him after the show and ask for a second, and who knows what people do after all these years. So I didn't ask him. I'm like, if they ever have me back, I certainly will. But I sent out a MySpace thing, so I'm going to be on Letterman tonight, but I didn't get a picture, so could somebody screen cap me, because it's HD now TV, so I was like, somebody could screen cap me and him at the end in a good one and send it to me like a large photo so I can
get the
HD, 8x10.
Get the HD version, because it was amazing how good you looked on the HD, Jimmy.
So I'll get it. I mean, I'm not panic-stricken, because I know I'll get like a really cool one of me and him on HD of the shaking hand, which is fine.
Yeah.
But it was just really weird, the set there compared to the Tonight Show. They're just different. And Letterman's writers were really cool. The two guys, they're like, I guess, pretty legendary in the business. Stangl brothers, Eric and Justin, and they came up afterwards. They were really cool.
Yeah, they were really nice.
Yeah. They were like, wanted to get on the show for over a year. They were very nice dudes. So I'm very glad I did it.
I also get the impression that the staff doesn't really know where he goes right after the show's over. Like, he's going back to the offices, but they couldn't follow him if they wanted to. They don't really know how he gets there.
He just kind of disappears into a hidden wall.
One of the people backstage was like, oh, he's already gone into the catacombs.
Yeah.
They call it the catacombs. Like, it's just like this like...
I just picture Dave with a torch.
Yeah.
Like he pulls a book on a wall, and the wall spins, and he goes in with a torch.
It's like a maze of hallways and stuff that get to this, like, just, I don't know, I guess the office space, whatever. Cause he's legendary for the hours he puts in. He doesn't leave there till really late at night. I thought he just did the show and was out of there immediately, but no.
He's involved with probably the whole editing process and everything else, and he doesn't leave until what? The show's starting?
I just don't understand how everybody is so afraid of, like, it's almost like I would never be hesitant to say to, and I guess because you guys are different, but I never understood people who, like, won't walk up to someone and say, so-and-so who's on your show wants to take a photo. It's just bizarre to me.
Ask E-Rock.
Anybody would be.
How he would feel.
Right.
E-Rock? Oh, he would ask.
He would ask Opie that somebody wants to take a picture if he knew that Opie's ritual was to not take pictures.
If the guy was not only would he ask that, but then he'd ask, could he sign the picture for the charity auction, which no one knows where that money's going.
The E-Rock Foundation.
Right.
Yeah, I think he would, because if the guy was a guest on the show,
yeah,
I agree.
All right, we got to take a break. We went real late with the first break. When we get back, we'll give you a little taste of Jim Norton on David Letterman last night.
Nice.
Just a taste. It's the ONA virus spreading across America.
I can walk on my hands.
I can fart and chew gum.
I play the oboe.
I can ride a unicycle.
I wear a bra and laced panties.
So your talent is being queer, Travis?
It's the Opie and Anthony Walkover Talent Show. If you have a unique skill, talent, music group, or physical affliction, we want to exploit.
You can email Steve at foundrymusic.com with your ideas, or you can just show up during the walk to XM and start shucking and jiving.
Shucking and jiving? Jesus, Danny.
I don't write this.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. The ONA virus spreading across America. Another one? Same one? Oh, okay. Thank you, Danny. Our phone number, 1-866-313-FREE. That's 1-866-313-FREE. 5 new Taser clips, too?
Oh.
Is the one from last week on here that we didn't play yet? No. Did you find that one for me, too? Very cool. I got something for you guys. You're going to love this.
This is Paul R. Nelson, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Bravo. That is actually Paul R. Nelson.
He is like a huge celebrity in our eyes, man.
Oh, yeah.
This is Paul R. Nelson, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Did someone say Paul R. Nelson?
Oh.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now. About now. About now. About now.
Paul R. Nelson. Paul R. Nelson. Thank God Almighty. Paul R. Nelson.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to inform you that Paul R. Nelson has been shot and killed in Dallas, Texas.
Paul R. Nelson.
Is dead.
Paul R. Nelson. Tear down that wall.
Right about now.
Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Right about now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Check it out now.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Paul R. Nelson has left the building.
This is Paul R. Nelson, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
What a great song.
I can't get enough of that, man.
Oh, that is a good one.
I can't get enough of that. How did we get Paul R. Nelson to do an ID for this show, Dan?
Yeah, what happened there?
Well, actually, we have a guy named Paul Anthony to thank in Wisconsin at Stewards of Sound. I guess he was down doing some local radio.
Yeah.
And Paul, being a fan of the show, asked him to do a liner for us, and he did. So, thank you very much, Paul.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know. It's taking a life of its own.
I love it.
of its own here. Yeah.
Does he know about this program?
He couldn't.
Well, he sent us a lot of goods.
I think he doesn't know about this program, but he would love this program. I mean, look at the ads he's running.
They are pretty.
Look at the ads he's running.
They are pretty sleazy.
I don't know. He's a hockey dad.
Yeah, hockey dad, former Marine. Well, not former Marine. A Marine. You're always a Marine.
I don't know if he would enjoy this show.
I don't know either. But he did send over a bunch of shirts and stickers and everything when we were over at XM.
And by the way, Nathaniel took the best shirt.
Best shirt ever.
We want, and I want one of those black Paul R. Nelson security shirts. Don't give me the little faggy fan shirt, the white one with the awful red, white, and blue letters. I want the man shirt that Nathaniel stole.
Nathaniel was wearing it Halloween night.
A lot of people were wearing the Paul R. Nelson shirts to the Halloween party.
How could you resist?
Yeah, and we threw a bunch of them out into the audience.
Yep.
People were dressed as Paul R. Nelson. Just terrific. Let's say hi to Chuck in Wisconsin. Chuck.
Yeah, this is Jeff.
All right. What's up, Jeff?
Whatever.
I'm going to vote for Paul R. Nelson. All right, because I live in Wisconsin, and I don't know why. It's just that I got that name in my head.
Just because he's got the name in his head.
Yeah, well.
From this dopey show.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
That's a way to vote. That's a way to do your research on the candidate. Hey, his name sounds good in the Funk Soul Brothers song. Let me vote for him.
Speaking of negative political ads, a couple more came in that have something to do with the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh.
This one came in from Joe.
All right.
It ist am Eintracht, so will ich dann gehen. Ich tat es nicht um Gehalt und nicht um Lohn. Ich tat es deiner selbst wegen.
This is Anthony Cumia, and I approve of this message.
Oh, my God. Oh, my.
Wow. Do I?
Wow.
I didn't get every word that he said. Heard a couple.
Oh, my God. That's not right. But very funny. Speaking of good old Hitler there.
Oh, good old
Hitler.
Is that what he's known as, really? Is enough time gone by?
I would imagine this went national. This kid from where? Brooklyn?
What's their funny headline there?
Reich and wrong.
Reich and wrong.
The New York Post. This was on the front page of the Post. A high school kid from Brooklyn went to school as Hitler for Halloween.
This funny little Hitler costume joke.
And yeah, it was on the front page of the Post, I guess yesterday. It says, Heil Oween.
Halloween. I get it, because Heil Hitler and Halloween.
Was the headline.
Hitler kid goose steps back.
See,
why do these Australians love the word play?
Every headline has to be some kind of a wacky gag.
That's stupid. Is that Australian humor?
And they're writing.
He's up Auschwitz Creek.
They're writing this story into the ground, by the way. Today in the New York Post, they show the kid as Davy Crockett, Sherlock Holmes, and Spidey. Those were some of the other Halloween costumes he did in the past. This kid, by the way, knew exactly what he was doing. It's the new culture out there, man. Every kid out there, especially in high school, knows they could be famous now. You know, the websites are doing it. You know, websites like YouTube and Break.com. All these kids are now aware it's just going to take one little thing, and they get instant celebrity.
You can be famous quicker than
this
ever
kid,
now.
You could just tell. I mean, he had a press conference outside the school. He's completely going with it.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing, and he knew he would get some publicity out.
He had a press conference in the uniform with the swastika armband and everything, but he didn't go the full look. What's missing?
The mustache.
His mustache. Why didn't he wear the Hitler mustache to the thing?
I don't know. Why? Because why should you? When the Post will just put it on you on the front cover of their newspaper. Jackasses.
Well, maybe the glue wore off.
Is that maybe what happened? Because I'm thinking he chickened out. Didn't want to go the distance for the press conference.
Chickened out. He still has the swastika on his arm. The armband.
Who doesn't at one point in their life? No.
Noah's great though. You got to give this guy. You got to give this guy some credit though.
Yeah.
He went to school as Charlie Chaplin.
Oh.
That proves to me he knew exactly what he was doing. He was waiting for his opportunity.
God, is that what he did?
Because he knew going into this high school as Hitler, he was going to be stopped at the front door.
Yep.
You know, the schools aren't stupid. They're not going to allow some kid to show up as Hitler.
Oh,
so he showed up as Charlie Chaplin. He had the hat, the Charlie Chaplin hat. He had the cane, I guess, and he had kind of a jacket that was covering his uniform.
Yeah.
So he went to school and everyone's like, oh, look, Charlie Chaplin, another cute costume. And then I guess he went into the bathroom and got rid of the hat, the cane, and the jacket that was covering up the uniform, and then started walking around the high school as Hitler.
Wow. So, yeah, he totally knew.
Totally knew that he would, you know.
You're right. You're right about that whole they know what they're doing, and it's pretty easy to get famous now. Everyone thought it was really easy when the reality shows started popping up, but the odds of getting on those are pretty slim, the audition process and everything, and that's where everyone thought their 15 minutes was going to come from.
Right.
But now the internet, YouTube, things like that, you make it, you put it up. If it gets some steam, all of a sudden now you got a name for yourself. People know who you are. You're a big celebrity in the internet world, and then it carries over to some of these TV shows that show internet clips.
Yeah.
So, boom, you're famous.
Break.com is absolutely huge. You get one video on there that gets some steam and gets a buzz. Next thing you know, these freaking videos are getting 1 million views.
Yep.
We did one with Craig the intern, a dumb thing where he spins around.
In a chair, in an office chair.
Well, he had no idea what was going to happen. He basically said that he could spin around in a chair for a minute, and the guys would spin the chair really fast, one of these office chairs.
Yep.
He said he could last a minute without puking, and they're like, oh, really? And he thought everyone was interested in his stupid little challenge, and they start spinning them really fast, really hard, and about 30 seconds into the spinning of the chair, was it E-Rock? Danny took one of the kickballs we got from the bully game and just smashed him in the face as hard as he could throw it.
Right as he came spinning around, his cheek was met with a big, heavy dodgeball, like kickball, one of those big red balls.
Yeah, it was a direct hit. He goes falling off the chair. Now he wants to get Danny because he's kind of pissed off. He just got hit in the head with a kickball at that point blank range. And now because he was spinning for 30 seconds, he's wobbling all over the room and pretty much falling down.
And this got...
Well, we threw it on Break.com and made the front page. And to date, it's like, I don't know, almost 400,000 hits. 400,000 hits for a silly little video.
Hysterical.
And this is happening all the time out there, obviously, with the kids.
Yeah.
You know, they understand. You make a really good video for YouTube or Break.com or some of the other popular sites, and you're an instant celebrity.
Yeah.
So that mentality's out there, and I just think this kid, knew exactly what he was doing.
I'm reading through the story here, though. The Anti-Defamation League and the American Jewish Committee liken the costume to Ku Klux Klan hood, saying it represents unprotected hate speech.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think it does either. Believe me. For the rap I take on this program, I think I have a pretty good idea of what's protected and what's not as far as free speech goes. He knew this is not an innocent First Amendment advocacy, said the director of the ADL. He knew this outfit would offend and hurt and maybe even incite by the fact that he didn't wear it on the subway. A lot of people don't wear their costumes.
It does, yeah, so what?
On the transportation that they're taking to whatever event. I don't think
because he's afraid of getting his ass kicked on the subway. That doesn't lessen or strengthen his freedom of speech issue. It is freedom of speech, and it's not going to incite. It might incite you to get your face punched.
Yeah.
But
right, exactly.
It is protected, and it's not hate speech. So the JDL needs to relax. It's not what ADL, anti-defamation, whatever it is. Stop it. Everyone know if it. You know what? If it was a Klan hood, they would have a problem with it, but not as big a problem because it wasn't a direct affront on the Jews.
Right.
Everyone has a problem with it when their own people are being attacked.
You could dress like any other tyrannical leader.
Of course you can.
And you won't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
The guy, Hitler, awful guy from history. He's a historical figure. If you want to dress like it, you're going to have to pay the consequences, first of all. You're protected, I think, under the First Amendment. But like Jim said, you're not protected from somebody that just wants to punch you in the face. But, I can't see how that's any kind of a hate statement.
Absolutely. He was dressed like Tiberius Caesar.
Yeah.
Would that have been a problem? Tiberius Caesar, I'm sure, was notorious for molesting kids. He was a sexual barbaric individual. They were all barbaric.
Just like Pol Pot.
Yeah, exactly.
No one would know who he was, but
well, you know what, man? I gotta say, Forrest Whitaker in Deep Trouble, he just portrayed Idi Amin. Man, that's got to be some kind of hate. Wait, it's in the movies. It's different. Oh, I don't understand how. Then, if it's a Halloween costume, it's a portrayal. Why is it different? Shut up! It's not hate speech. Jackasses.
That movie's getting great reviews, by the way.
I would like to see it.
Yeah. What is it called? The King of Scotland?
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting great reviews.
Another great line by Colin. He said that Flavor Flav was dressed like the King of Scotland, and when Flav was going, hey, oh, hey, Colin said that was Idi Amin's campaign speech. He whispered that to me, though, so nobody else heard it. He was on fire.
Yeah, he had some great lines, man.
I panicked Rich Voss so bad. Did that make the broadcast? I don't even know. Yeah. Rich Voss, it did? Voss was getting all cocky about the haze and the hose that Flavor Flav was doing, and what did Voss say? Something that
he was going A-O, and he goes, what are those, the only two letters he knows?
In the alphabet. And Voss says this backstage in the safety of our green room, which was across the hall from Flavor Flav's green room, which was just completely packed with like 70 of his posse. So I go, oh, Voss, you're so brave. Let's go over to Flavor Flav's dressing room and see if he enjoyed that line.
Yeah.
And the panic in Rich Voss's face because he knew I was going to do it.
No, I earned these teeth.
That was one of the fine highlights from the Halloween show. Let's say hi to Max in Dallas. Max, what's up?
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Hey, a headline for that story with the kid in the costume. Kid in Hitler costume burns up Jewish community.
Oh, yeah?
Wasn't that a Jewish school he was at?
Well, I don't know.
He's, apparently he said he was half Jewish. His family is Jewish.
Or his stepfather.
Some type of tie into that, but that's just making excuses.
The kid's just being a douche.
He is. He's an attention whore.
He's 16. And you know what? He's on the cover of the New York Post. Everyone gave him attention.
There.
He's just being a brat. Who cares?
He won.
You all noticed him, and you stood outside. Shut up.
Yeah, this was so calculated.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
He played a bunch of adults.
Because it's the whole new attitude out there with, especially the high school kids, junior high school kids as well. They're all working on their YouTube videos, I'm telling you.
That's an attention getter.
This is unprotected hate speech.
Let's go to Bruce in Louisiana. Bruce?
Yeah, the story I read said that he grew in the Hitler mustache and went as Charlie Chaplin and then changed at school. and then they made him shave off the mustache.
That's what Opie said.
No. Well, what's different here is that he actually grew in the mustache.
Oh, it was a real mustache?
Yeah. And then the school told him to shave it, and that's why, today's piece on the kid,
he didn't have it.
He doesn't have the mustache.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I couldn't grow a mustache back then.
They couldn't make him shave it off.
John in Jersey. John.
Hey, what's up? What about the double standard? What if it was a black kid going as a Black Panther? Then would he still be in the news as much as he is?
Well, I look, as much as I find political correctness reprehensible, you can't compare a Black Panther to a Hitler, dude. It's a complete,
Yeah.
Come on.
I think we were
different, totally different.
We were talking about,
an O.J. Simpson costume, would they assume he was a murderer?
No, I mean, I agree with you in theory, but you can't. That's a bad comparison. He's pick a black dictator.
There are plenty of world leaders, tyrants over the years that you could dress up as, and no one's going to bat an eye at it, even if they've killed millions of people. Hitler just sort of has, I guess you'd call it a stigma on him. He's like the guy that you just can't dress as or address or anything, which, I don't care. Obviously, if the kid did it to incite or to offend, that's one thing, but I think he's doing it purely to grab attention.
Do you understand that the Klan's marches are protected free speech?
Yeah. They're actual marches. Them actually doing it, not someone dressed as them.
They march, and it's protected. We don't like Jews, blacks, or gays. Kill them all. That's protected.
That's protected.
And the Anti-Defamation League says this jackass on Halloween is not.
That's dressing as one. Is worse than the actual guys.
Just what douchebag. Everybody's so, I don't know.
We understand.
That's why I dress as a fuzzy, lovable animal every year.
How could you lose?
A plushie.
People, they pinch your cheek and give you a candy apple.
They certainly do. And then they realize I've cut the back of my costume out, and they get the old wink, wink message.
As you walk away.
Jim's a plushie.
I'm a plushie.
You're a plushie lover. All right. Another break. When we get back, we got to get to the appearance on Letterman. Jimmy?
I don't know.
I want to see a little Jimmy.
We got some clips of Jimmy on David Letterman last night we're going to get to.
I had to read the whackbag post. Somebody told me he did some of that in the shower joke on Leno.
Oh, good imitation.
Yeah, that's angry speaking guy who types a lot, but he hurt his hand. And I didn't. I did the couch joke with the face wash. Two totally different bits.
Yeah.
So please. And I trip over one of the... I'm so annoyed at myself.
Stop.
Don't be annoyed. You're an angel.
It was fine. We got Jim on Letterman after the break. We got 5... No, let's call it 6. 6 new Taser clips.
Love the Taser.
Can't get enough of the Taser clips. Those are some of the most fun videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Are you plugging who you got in tomorrow, too? Do you know how annoyed I am?
We got Borat coming in tomorrow.
Borat is here tomorrow.
Borat.
And once again, I'll be gone. No more Friday gigs. From now, no more Saturday. From now on, I'm just going to do Friday, Saturday gigs.
Reviews.
I can't miss a guy like that who I love.
Borat's coming in.
Reviews in for that movie are just great.
I'm so goddamn irritated.
Yeah, the New York paper is giving it 4 stars, and I go to RottenTomatoes.com. Brother Weeze turned me onto that site years ago. It's the best place to go for movie reviews because they take all the reviews from all the big papers across America, and then they give you a nice overall thing. And this movie's getting 92% good reviews. That's unbelievable.
People suggesting Danny should be in the costume he wore when Borat comes in.
I could barely look at him.
I know.
Let's explain that after the break.
Yeah.
Is there pictures of Danny in his Borat costume?
Sure.
Get that on OpieandAnthony.com. That will get just a ridiculous amount of hits today. All right, it's the O&A virus spreading across America.
Opie, Anthony, Jim Norton, and the comedians of the Opie and Anthony Show are appearing in a special holiday edition of FHM. On sale now.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
I'm going to be sick.
Why, sweetie?
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. We got the pictures of Danny as Borat. He's wearing the swimsuit.
He's wearing that,
that lime green swimsuit thing.
Where it's just him and that little piece of material covering his gear.
With with just... How do you explain that for radio? There's a lot of
the sidewalk hadn't been trimmed, edged.
No,
the curb.
No.
You know when you don't edge the curb of your lawn and it grows over the curb?
Wow. Well, there
Yikes.
you go. It's a treat for everybody. That's what he dressed as at the Halloween party this past Tuesday night at the Hard Rock Cafe. And you can see this picture where? On Danny's MySpace? What is Danny's MySpace? He certainly didn't get Danny.
It's myspace.com/Jim Norton.
Oh, Jim. Always capitalizing.
Don't you get enough plugs, Jim?
No.
MySpace blocker.
Dan, what's Danny's MySpace so everyone can see him as Borat?
I think it's Danny XM202. Yeah.
Yep.
Danny XM202. Okay, very good.
And that's Borat. I'm so mad I'm going to miss him tomorrow. He's in studio. Did we say that on the air or was it off we were talking about that? He's in studio tomorrow.
He's in studio tomorrow.
And I'll be in Atlanta having fun at the Punchline. And no matter how much I love you tomorrow, I'm going to want to cut your throats tonight. Because by seeing you tonight, I'm missing Borat tomorrow, who I love from the Ali G show. Anyone who doesn't know that he was on the Ali G show, there's three characters, Ali G, Borat, and who's the gay? Bruno. And he's just hilarious. I mean, I know it's on news now, but get the old Ali G's. There's 2 seasons of the HBO show. It's just brilliant.
All right, let's go to the phone and say hi to Clark in Sacramento. Clark, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Hello, Clark.
Clark.
Clark. Hey, this is mostly for Jimmy. Great show last night on Letterman.
Thank you.
And question, are you still coming to Sacramento?
Yeah, I pushed that until the end of January, but I will be there. Because I'm doing a Bob Saget show in Vegas before the old Sacramento week. Thank you, sir. I will be there.
All right, let's say hi to Justin on Long Island. Justin, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? I'm trying to get in touch with the boy in studio voted Sweetest Smile.
I was voted. The Wilkins boy was supposed to win that year, but then that mysterious fire started in his room, and he didn't win anything. He won Boy Most Likely to Cry at the Sight of a Lemon.
That could sting.
Oh, man. Jim, I just want to tell you, man, we were up in the balcony at the show. You were looking like $1 million. No homo, bro. You looked phenomenal.
Oh, thank you. By the way, thank you to Angela at Joseph Abboud. The same guys that dressed Opie and Anthony dressed me. And because you guys look good, I believe me,
sir.
There was a great look you guys had. And I'm like, I went there and they took very good care of me. She even took me to Bloomingdale's because they didn't have my size. It was a Joseph Abboud show, but they didn't have my size. And she took me there and actually Joseph Abboud bought it for me at Bloomingdale's. Not the guy himself. I don't know if he's alive or he could be 200 and dead. But the clothes were from them, and thank you.
All right, very good.
They looked great.
Oh, shoot, is he still there? Maybe Are you still there, bro?
Screw him.
He had something else. Sorry about that. Here's Jim Norton on Letterman last night. Just a little taste.
From New York, the greatest.
Oh, okay. This is always fun to hear, though.
The Late Show with David Letterman. Tonight from CSI New York, Gary Sinise, Joanne Carson, and comedian Jim Norton. Bob Schaefer, and the CBS Orchestra. And now, President of the Rachel Ray Fan Club, David Letterman.
That's pretty cool.
And by the way, the plug, people ask me, why did you mention Opie and Anthony in the plug? Here was my intro, which I was to say, you can hear 5 days a week on the Opie and Anthony show, and this November 10th will be appearing at the Hammerstein Ballroom. I had to plug that. Only allowed one plug.
Why is
one
that?
plug?
No idea. That was the rule, and they got back to me.
Yeah.
And so they tried to even, but we couldn't. And I had to plug the day because I had to get.
That's why you do the show. Is to plug the gig.
But it was just annoying that it was like, come on, man, it's a CBS thing too. Oh, and they were just on the show. You guys, come on. You could just say from the Opie and Anthony show, Jim Norton. There was a way to do it where it wouldn't be.
It would only be another second.
Yeah.
A second and a half, maybe.
Well, that's hard. That's a second and a half.
I got to tell you, Gary Sinise was just god-awful.
Was he?
He's this huge actor, as we all know, and he was such a bore.
Really?
Oh, my God. Yeah. Someone has to say it. I don't know what they ended up using, because it looked like even David was like, whoa, I got to make something out of this.
Oh,
I don't know what it was. And then in the middle of his interview, he's like rubbing his ear. Obsessively, really hard.
I think I've seen him do that before.
You have seen him do that?
Wow, yeah, because I think I've seen him on Leno, and yeah, he kept rubbing his ear or doing something. It might be some nervous thing.
I'm sure.
Maybe he just doesn't like doing talk shows.
And then Joanne Carson, who was on the show with you, she was a babbling ass. Someone has to say it. Freaking Jimmy saved the show last night. I'm telling you. You know, obviously Letterman, or we know for a fact too, you're not going to have a good show every day. for every night in Letterman's case.
Just want a good average.
But Gary Sinise didn't give him anything. He looked nervous to be, on that couch with Letterman. No energy whatsoever, rubbing his ear like crazy.
What was Joanna Carson doing?
Oh, just babbling and babbling.
About Johnny?
Babbling.
Yeah, but she's there plugging some Truman Capote stuff she's raffling off. And Letterman, I watched Letterman. Because Sinise was not a great interview. I mean, the bottom line is...
It had nothing to do with Letterman, by the way.
No, not at all.
Because, Letterman was, leading him down the path, holding his hand, but it was weird. Gary Sinise was, looked uncomfortable in his own skin.
A lot of actors.
And he's an amazing actor.
A lot of actors, man. That's why they don't do talk shows. You never see De Niro, Pacino, Nicholson, so many, Keitel. They just... they don't want their real personality shown because they like to be who they are. But a lot of these guys are painfully shy. I mean, they're horribly shy, and they're just not good in situations like that. But if you gave Sinise a script,
being themselves, they can't be themselves.
Stage in a script, he could do anything. He could probably walk out naked and do Shakespeare without, or can I pick a worse example? But you understand what I mean.
I'm picturing that.
Yeah. But a lot of these guys are really shy, so they're not great interviews. But Letterman, I kind of watched his interviewing skills, and he is a good interviewer, man. He made the most out of that you could have. He laughed in the right places. He kind of, I guess that's what you have to do to have a talk show. Why am I saying the obvious?
Oh, yeah.
What was good? He sat in front of the desk. He didn't fall over.
He was able to, talk.
I'm an ass.
It's a talk show.
I just talk sometimes, and I wonder, what are you saying?
We all do that. Oh, my God. I'm a blithering idiot.
It's the worst when you say I'm a blithering idiot, and you say blithering.
Blithering, I know. I stopped myself. I knew I had a second shot at it. Hamana. People think I'm an expert on this topic. I don't know crap. Just make it up as you go along, and hopefully they'll just nod their heads out there.
Sounded good right up until that point. Now I'm babbling.
All right, here's some more Jim Norton on Letterman.
Our next guest is a very funny gentleman, and as a matter of fact, on November 10th, he will be headlining at the Hammerstein Ballroom as part of the New York Comedy Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Jim Norton. Jim?
I'm clapping. How cool is that? Black Sabbath music.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. How are you? Good. I'm really feeling good. I'm embarking on a new relationship, which is kind of nice. But you ever do something to bond with somebody, and it feels right, but when you look back on it, you kind of feel like a creep? Like you're in the car and a song comes on, so you turn the volume way up and you go, listen to the words. Like she's going to hear the song lyrics and kind of identify them with you and learn something. Like, hey, I never knew you had the eye of the tiger.
Hey, was that Paul Schaefer going, ah?
There was one...
Paul Schaefer was enjoying your set.
There was one thing I think I heard him laughing at, specifically, and I think it was... I want to say something to do with the racial material. I don't remember. Really? And by the way, right after this, I made a quick edit, and you know how we obsess over the imperfections, and I tripped on the setup for the GPS joke, and here's why. Because I had made a quick edit in my head on the fly, and I was just like, you're running through, is that going to affect anything later? Yeah, but you really think, did I tie that in with anything? You have to, you're like, your head's just doing that. So that's why I was preoccupied in the setup of this next joke, which is why I can, maybe people didn't notice, but I certainly did.
Now we all will.
That's right, you should. It was a flub. Nothing horrible.
More from Jim Norton on Letterman.
It's interesting as a white comedian, sometimes when you say the word race, how there was always a few white people.
Huh?
Oh, did they get through the GPS line?
I don't know. We were just getting some highlights for you, Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
We're going to play the whole set over at XM.
Okay.
And then the CBS people will call us and say, stop. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. But we'll do it. So we'll do the whole set on XM today.
It's interesting as a white comedian, sometimes when you say the word race, how there was always a few white people in the audience that are like, oh, we're not with him, not sure where he's going with this. Yet if a black comedian mentions race, the same white people are like, oh, hon, this is going to be a doozy. Wonder what we did now. We are guilty of that. White people have a very odd guilt complex. We really do, man. We really feel bad all the time, and we don't have to. Most of us don't have to. All right, look, if you're over 65 and you live in Alabama, okay. Chances are you owe a few apologies.
By the way, my friend,
applause break.
That is a great line. That is a great line.
A ballsy joke, too, for a talk show.
Yeah, I would say it's ballsy, but I mean,
it's pretty ballsy, dude. You could have gone with like all pretty safe stuff.
Yeah, there was some edgy.
You get some you get racial material. If you're a white guy and you do racial material like that, especially when it's black-white, that's a ballsy move. I give you credit, my friend.
And he wasn't getting.
And he pulled it off.
He wasn't getting the from the audience. He was getting big laughs.
Yeah.
They were nice.
Jimmy's uncomfortable.
Do that at the Apollo.
Why are you uncomfortable?
I'm annoyed that the CBS lawyers would have a problem with playing that. I'm beyond.
Oh no, I just kind of threw that out there.
I think it would be. I think it would be really funny if we went over to satellite to XM and played it and received a cease and desist from our own company.
I just kind of threw it out there, Jimmy. I don't know for sure.
I think that would be really hysterical.
I'm all about creating controversy.
All right.
I didn't mean to bum you out. I really don't know.
When you read the newspapers, controversial shock jock, Opie and Anthony, he's the Opie part. It's controversial.
I really don't know for sure, Jim. All right, here's another highlight from last night's Letterman appearance.
Another line of thinking I never understood is homophobia. I don't understand people who don't like gay people. And I'm not gay. I'm not. I don't think it's fair to judge a person by a few dozen incidents. I mean, it's late. I'm in a rest area. Someone goes, what, am I going to be rude?
I'm amazed. I got to tell you. I'm amazed Letterman, approved this entire set. Because it's so edgy.
Well, none of it was FCC violation. None of it was even, it was all innuendo. I mean, none of it was FCC, I'm sorry, rest area, none of it.
Yeah. The idea behind it is so dirty.
Yeah.
But the way it's presented is squeaky clean.
And this is honestly, God, the material is not that edgy at all. It's literally, it's just that most comics on
I think it's
TV
edgy.
Are so milquetoast.
Yeah.
That anything that's that's not milquetoast appears edgy.
That's what I'm trying to get at. As far as Letterman and comics go, this is very edgy.
Yeah, for TV, I guess, but
for Letterman.
Yeah.
Especially. And finally, one more here before we take a break. Colin Quinn's here. He's going to join the program in a few minutes. And we got your Borat song.
Oh. I have a gay friend helping me decorate my apartment, which I know is stereotypical, but look, I talked to my straight friends. They're just worthless. And we had an odd moment. We were in a furniture store, and my friend sees a very good-looking blonde-haired guy, and he tells me the guy's name, and he goes, we used to work out at the same gym. I had him in the shower. And I really wished he wasn't comfortable enough with me to blurt that out. Yet I still found myself going, what happened? Thank you guys very much.
Jim Norton, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't think Letterman liked me, to be honest with you.
Why?
Just a vibe.
Really?
Yeah, man.
How can you tell that?
I don't know. You just know.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You felt that?
Mm-hmm.
When he walked over?
You just feel it. He was polite. He wasn't. You just, it's like walking into a room and you get that weird danger sense. You little weird.
I would
things
think he probably could give two craps about you.
No, but in the sense, I guess I think that's
how I felt. It's like, okay, he's been through this 1,000, more than 1,000, however many times he's brought guests out and up. I don't even think he can make a decision unless they've done the show 10 times.
Yeah.
It's just another guy. All right, whatever you want. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's like
he forgets about you as soon as you leave.
Like in a split second in his head, he's like, this guy's all right, or this guy's not quite all right. But I don't think there's this real big swing with him with, wow, I really like this guy, or, oh, I don't like this guy. I think he's just like, all right, what time is it? Time to go into the catacombs. I'm out. And how could anyone not love you, Jimmy?
Just a vibe.
Did you smile at him?
I said hi when I walked out, yeah.
No, a smile? Because if you smiled at him, there's no way he could resist, because you were voted boy with what were you voted?
Well, what year are you talking about? What year was boy most likely to brighten your day with a smile?
Yes.
And boy with the sweetest smile in the neighborhood.
In the neighborhood.
After that Wilkins boy had his accident.
All right, we're going to break.
Police said they found an accelerant in the room.
They did.
Still looking at that one.
We're going to take a break, and Colin Quinn will join the program next. We got some Taser clips to get to.
I want to hear those.
We also have, we should go with the View thing today. They had a discussion about the Kerry.
I don't know. I'm looking at a political ad where they have a dramatization of a national security tape. Oh, but it just looked really bad.
That's 9/11 footage, right?
It's some kind of 9/11 tie-in.
Great.
Eek.
All right, we'll get Colin Quinn on the program next. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM satellite radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Lots going on today. Pictures are up on opieandanthony.com as far as the Halloween party goes. Lots and lots of pictures being added as we do the radio show today. opieandanthony.com. Our friend just got out of the shower across the way, so... Oh, no, she just got off the exercise bike, so she's going to the shower, right? So she's going to be very naked very soon, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she does the bike and then the headstand for some reason. And then she takes her clothes off.
She might want to bust up a few notches on that bike.
Yeah, we've suggested that.
There's a reason for the headstand, too.
Yeah.
That gravity's a bitch.
Gravity. She's trying to
turn it around a little bit.
Well, she's not going to do it. She stands for like all day at work. 5 minutes upside down isn't going to bring everything back where it was.
Well, it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
She's on her head for like 5 minutes. Naked. Half the time.
Quite the treat.
All right. Colin Quinn in studio.
Hi,
yes.
everybody.
What fun we had at the Halloween party.
Oh, we had first, let me just say, Jim Norton, brilliant, and really what you guys said, doing that kind of material, you know, it's not easy, and it was really great to see somebody.
You said it was a man set.
It was a man set, and I didn't vouch for the outfit.
What was wrong with the outfit?
The fact that it was an outfit. That he was so proud. You just see him getting out of the cab or the car, trying not to wrinkle himself. All dressed up with mummy.
Oh, you'd be disgusted. I actually brought it in a separate over-the-shoulder bag. Had them steam it.
It was a back-to-school outfit.
Could you steam this, please?
But it was a great set.
Thank you.
Oh.
But, yeah, that was some Halloween party. I think.
Well, what'd you say about Letterman, though, too?
Oh, I was saying that Letterman definitely, Anthony nailed it. He could care less about anybody. I was in there once a couple of years ago, and for some reason I made him laugh. I said something sarcastic on the air. Afterwards, the producers go, Letterman really liked you. He liked you. And I go, great. Well, you know, I live 2 blocks away from the show, so if you ever have a fallout, call. Oh, you really? You could do... Hey, guys, sure. So I just picture myself being like the new Tony Randall, getting all these free $600 paychecks and nailing...
Never just getting the phone call.
That was 3 years ago. They've never called me once.
And you live right there.
Not once. Not
someone...
once. The school says you've been there.
Yeah, in case someone cancels, they can call Colin Quinn. He would be there like that.
Yeah, I got
like
a little material. I had it all planned out in my head. Never call once. So.
Oh.
Now Jim's like, what does it have to do with me?
No, I know exactly what it has to do with me. No matter how good you think you do, he just forgets you before he's up those steps.
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's just another show under his belt.
But someone in his position, what is it going to take for him to remember you? Because he's seen it all.
Like to do 10 appearances, to be that person that keeps coming back on the show time and time again. Then he'll know who you are.
And even then, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
He's even on the breaks, he just sits there and looks out numbly at the audience.
In the scheme of things, it doesn't matter. He's Dave. He's done this for years. He's got his way of doing it, and that's it.
Well, you know,
you're going to fault the man. You're going to fault the man. Don't screw up our December appearance.
I am going to fault him.
You're going to fault him. He's a genius. He's been on the air doing this for how many years? Come on, longer than all of them put together. Carson, right?
No, I don't know about that.
Of course not, but I'll say that.
What's he, 20 years now? Over 20 years?
Who cares? What do you think? I follow his damn career? Let's move on.
Well, I don't know. You might know.
I want to talk about the party Tuesday.
You do?
Mamma mia. I left about probably 10 minutes before Flav and them, I knew they weren't going to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Were you were on the stage for part of the Flav.
Colin left in the middle of that whole thing with Flav. You just finally were like, what am I doing here?
He's an old salt. He knew exactly what was happening.
What am I doing here?
I was there when they started.
Yeah.
Flavor Flav and Chuck D. When Chuck D weighed under 280. And I walked to the front, and as I was walking in, meanwhile, they checked me for like 6 laminates when I came in. They're like, look, this is what we have to do. I was like, I understand. 6 laminates, they go backstage.
They had to take
Kenny had to come get me.
They had to do it. Yeah, they had to do a DNA test.
Bunch of crap.
I was
retinal
leaving,
scan.
the same girl sitting at that door, looking anywhere but to right where she was standing, as like, 50 thugs came rolling in.
Yep.
And I was like, boy, I'm leaving right before the Superdome. They came rolling in.
Well, we discussed
check their laminates?
No, it was no.
You
didn't even look near them.
Laminates, indeed.
They was rolling 20 deep up in there.
We talked about earlier, Flavor Flav hijacked our Halloween show. He was on that stage for 55 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think
he was supposed to do 5, maybe 10.
Yeah.
I think that Flavor Flav, it was understandable because he is the big name now, but I think from now on, your audience and hip-hop should not be...
Never the twain shall meet.
Yeah, they...
Was I the only one on the edge of my seat just waiting for some awful thing to happen?
I was waiting for maybe an audience chant that involved an N,
yes,
a pairing of a couple of consonants, and then maybe an R at the end.
It really was. The green room was like one of those Johnson family reunion movies. And here's Uncle Nate. He passes gas at the family barbecue.
It was just, it didn't stop.
No.
And now I want to introduce, what now? He's got his whole family up there.
And like you said, it just doesn't stop, and we could leave it at that.
No.
The whole family.
No, the whole family.
That's the thing, I guess, as far as, economically speaking.
Yeah.
Where does the family stop? I don't want to say they were ghetto, but the kids had bling holders.
We'll be talking about this. We'll be talking about this one for years.
Ooh. The green room was painted purple. I'm talking about a ghetto situation.
I knew there was going to be. There was going to be problems because there were just too many in his posse. Right? No, there was.
Really?
There was a couple of incidents where one of our fans, her sister, got a pocketbook taken right off her arm as the gentleman laughed at her.
Oh no!
Yeah, as one of the gentlemen laughed at her.
Inside or outside?
Either
inside, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it was just inside the door. I'm not sure of all the details.
Well, cops right outside. Why didn't
talking to my ass again?
Why didn't you tell the cops?
I believe a cop was told. First, security inside the place was told, and they did nothing. And then a cop was told, and they, by that point, what are you going to do?
Was the guy gone?
Yeah, he was gone.
There were witnesses, though?
Yeah, this happened. This happened.
I just find it hard to believe
there was a lot of groping, a lot of grabbing by the posse.
That's exact. I'm telling you,
they just love doing that.
It's unbelievable.
They love doing that. I don't know why.
Yes, you do. We all know why.
I believe Jim.
Right.
I believe Jim was introducing the issue on Letterman last night. Why? That's messed up.
Yeah, it just got one. It was one of those things where, two worlds met that should never have met.
Yeah.
Cigars and Scotch has a good question. Cigars and Scotch, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Great show. The thing that everyone was wondering in the crowd was, were they wanded like we were when they came in, and was there the same security scrutiny that we went through to get indoors?
I'm sure. I think the wands were there because of them, yeah.
I just said no.
They weren't
when I was leaving.
No.
When I was leaving, literally, they were the girl at the door that gave me high scrutiny, the legend, by the way, and I still took it because I'm humble. And people were, like 40 guys. And I said to this couple that was leaving, actually it was the girl and her boyfriend that came in second in the dunking contest. And she was very upset, but, she understood. But I said, hey, looks like we left just before the fall of... And they're like, yeah.
The fall of...
Yeah. All right. Club soda Kenny had his hands full. He had that look on his face like when he was a rookie patrolman and he had to work Ashford and Simpson. His sergeant may pull a prank on him. He said, you work the side door here at the... He's like, I'm all alone.
Yeah, Kenny was...
Buckner Boulevard.
Kenny was uber stressed at that point.
The magnetometers are like standard operating procedure for us, and we didn't discriminate. Everybody allegedly was supposed to be wanted coming in and walk through that metal detector.
All right.
And I want to thank that guy for dressing like me.
Oh, yeah. Gonzo, Long Island, what's up?
How you doing, boys? Good morning.
Hey. Good morning.
Hey, great show. Listen, at the O&A show, me and my girl were trying to get a picture with Flavor Flav. So he's at the back, and he's trying to get up there and go to the corner. And we got in there, we're like, can we get a picture with Flav? And the fucking...
hey!
They're going to interrupt your story.
Yeah, well, Gonzo, hold on, because they dumped out. So you were trying to get a picture with Flavor Flav. We're up to that point. Go ahead.
So we want to get a picture of Flavor Flav. And we're up there, and the bodyguard, no joke, goes, I'm sorry, your girl's too white. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me, man.
Too white to take a picture with him?
To take a picture with Flavor Flav. I'm like, dude, you got it.
I'm sure he was joking.
Once again, hold on. I don't know if I think this guy's onto something, because my girl tried to get a picture with Flavor Flav, and she was denied.
Maybe they're just talking about logistics, like the camera can't handle the contrast, and they just know.
Just blows up camera.
Who denied Lindsay a picture with Flav?
Flav did.
He said no?
Yeah. But all I'm telling you is, whether it was a joke or not, if that had been the other way around.
Of course.
It'd be on the front page of Newsweek.
Of course.
Magazine.
Exactly.
It was Axl Rose, back in the day. They'd call him up.
Of course.
That sickens me.
Dude, your chick was denied a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, if it's any consolation, I'll take a picture with your girlfriend. She's not too white for me. No, I'm just kidding.
So that guy might be onto something with that. Yes, Kenny.
Well, Flav himself said no to her, or the guys...
Shut up. We just said Flav himself. What,
I believe it was Flav.
But no, last night you were all balls to the wall. Now you're like, wait a minute, let's not jump to a conclusion. I mean, William Drayton Jr. would never... Yes, he said Flav denied Lindsay, and this guy got denied by the bodyguard. Pay attention, boy. Pay attention.
I tried to get Lindsay the picture, and they just blew her right off.
Yeah.
Who'd you talk
Wow.
Flav and the bodyguard.
Yeah.
You said it's Ope's girlfriend?
Yeah, I said...
He didn't know who...
First of all,
Flavor Flav
didn't know who
I would love to
Opie,
sit here and
Anthony,
be
anyone
cocky
was.
like we're so popular that Flav knows who we are. Flav did our show and had no idea
who we
were. Say something
on Tuesday night.
Without being throwback about it. You let your beautiful girlfriend take a picture with that animal? You tell her, don't go near. I don't want to show that King Cole over here.
Well, I'm just saying, he has this reality show.
We know, we get it, the reality show. But let's leave it.
Want the Frank Vincent scene from Jungle Fever when she walks in the door?
Oh, how great is that?
You took a picture.
I raised her.
Hey,
Paul in Cleveland, what's up?
Hey, during the costume contest, I could hear some girl like 3-4 times in a row just screaming, "Stop touching my ass!"
Oh, God. Great. That's what you want.
Bunching out, fellas.
All right, let's go to Mastic and say hi to Bobby. Bobby!
Uh-oh.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Bobby.
Great show. I was actually in the upper left corner where Flav was taking his pictures.
Yeah.
And I got up to get a bud, and the guy, the HNIC, I'll call him, told me, you got to sit back down. His Aussie leader, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, he was a badass.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm amazed we didn't have a major incident at that party.
Yeah.
Because like I think Colin said, there was two worlds colliding.
Yeah. But there were definitely the white people outnumbered them. But
the white people were more scared.
They outnumbered them in fear too. The white people.
And by the time it started ending, the crowd.
Some hardcore white guys there. I saw some guys that looked like they didn't back down for much. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Your audience has a few hardcore.
A few of them.
I'm telling you, I saw them.
It just would have been one of those pandemonium race riots that I really think would have gotten us some really good press.
And they would have rolled in 40 dude. That's what they were coming for when I left.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You had one guy up front, a big white dude, he had a camera. It was so funny. He was trying to take pictures. The camera was like it was like a diamond in his hand. He was so big as mitts. He looked
big set of mitts on him.
He liked to go.
Yeah, he probably wanted to go.
Did you have a good time, Colin?
I did have a good time.
Any other observations from the Halloween show?
What made me laugh the most was when you started, not only did you call out Paul Voss, but then you would, the look on Opie's face of disgust for like 5 minutes. You were ready to fight. I didn't realize Opie's kind of a psycho.
You're just learning that?
Yeah. But just the look on your face towards Voss, and Voss like,
no, Voss had true fear in his eyes because he really thought I was going to go across the hall.
You would have.
Well, you never know.
You would have for radio. I know you.
Let's just put it that way. You never know.
He was pulling Voss. It was only 8 feet away.
Well, he kind of said it a little earlier, but Voss got all cocky in the green room, in the safety of our white green room, doing Flavor Flav jokes about the ahs and the oohs that Flav was doing on the stage, saying that's all he knows from the alphabet. I go, let's go across the hall and tell Flav what you just said.
No, stop.
And the pure panic in his eyes.
But you grabbed
made me chuckle.
The whole thing, see, here's the thing about Opie that I realized. He doesn't like, that's another reason you can't have these rappers on. First, there's been 40 people everywhere.
Yeah.
It's really obnoxious. Even I was there when all this started, not to be an old man about it. MTV in the late 80s are like, the Beatles want an extra guest for their sick son, and then, like Kool Moe Dee needs 130 and then just give it to them instead of going no. So that's how this all started. And then clubs did it with but Opie hates disorganization. And that's why he was going to do it, because he didn't care if we all died. He was just like, this is not controlled environment.
This will bring this to an end.
And here's why it wasn't a total abomination, the whole scene, because Flav is in his 50s, I think. And even his bodyguards are older guys. Like, they're older dudes.
If it was like a younger...
That one bodyguard was violence personified.
Yes, but they weren't.
Sonny Liston.
That guy wanted a problem.
I mean, this young black dude was like said something to Flav, like heckled him.
Yeah.
And the bodyguard looked at the young black dude like this, literally for 40. He melted the guy.
Here's the difference.
Melted him.
Club Soda Kenny's amazing with security, absolutely, but he doesn't want any problems.
No.
Flavor Flav's guy is there because he wants a problem. That's the difference.
That guy, yeah.
The one guy to our left. Right?
Well, they're hoping for some kind of shooting because that's what makes the news, and it makes the guy more popular.
Records.
It sells records.
They were older guys, and a lot of his people were older.
No, a lot of his people on stage. We're not talking about the stage people. We're talking not the posse backstage. We're talking about coming in. When I was leaving, I saw people streaming in from 42nd Street. They must have heard Flavor was there.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it was so funny because I came in, and we all know the legend is quite well known. I had to wait for like 6 minutes. I had to call Kenny. I had to call Poe.
God.
If I hadn't seen Poe at the bar, I had like They're like, look, this is how we have to do it. I was like, I understand.
Yeah, all that
They
stuff.
streamed in. This girl was looking like this. I go, what about them?
Oh, yeah, what about them?
You look at me like, whoa.
You know what about them.
Look, yeah.
And then they said, what are you talking about us? I go, yeah, no, what about you guys getting a free drink? Ha, ha, ha. No.
Why does there have to be a 50-person posse? What is that?
But it's true, the posse was kind of like the family reunion with the T-shirts.
What's Tom?
Tom? Oh, Tom, yes.
I think you're missing one of the key points, and I don't like to come in, but one of the key points in that, when Flav was on the stage and the crowds, and he introduces his 2 daughters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
man,
that's where it could have got ugly. I forgot about that.
Yep. Show us your...
Yeah,
and all of a sudden, he turned around and looked at the crowd, walked right up to the edge of the stage and said, what did you say? And that crowd went about as silent as quick.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, no, that was
nothing.
I honestly was backstage. I heard that went on.
And then Flav.
No, wait, the whole crowd stopped immediately?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And then Flav, and then Flav goes, oh man, I got my mom here. Could you just wait till I get my mom off the stage?
By the way,
and he had his mother taken off the stage because they're all like, show your.
Asking for and meanward, if it was anybody else that said I got my mother on the stage, they'd have started the chant for the mother too.
Yeah. Really? So I don't know. All I'm saying is it's hard to take a lesson from Tom when he's wearing a tie like Flavor's Uncle Earl.
It's a fine shade of green.
That tie came from the Superfly boutique in Freeport.
You're going to try to fight back? Are you nuts?
Absolutely.
All right.
John Manelli says, hey, Colin, we're going to talk about maybe doing a show. And he says, I'd love to do a show, but, Nick drives me crazy, yada, yada, yada. Then later he says, if I do the show with Nick, I'll die. If I do the show without Nick, I'll die. I said, well, Colin, that's a conundrum. How do you do a show?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I told him the truth. Because John Manelli,
Yeah.
He came in and...
he's the
new PD here in New York.
New PD here.
Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I'll talk about doing a show. And I was like, I can't do a show because I'll do it without Nick. Me and Nick tried to do it together. It didn't work out. I said, if I try to go in without Nick and he finds out, he'll kill me. Tom goes, well, you do it with him or without him, he's still screwed, huh? I go, yeah. Tom really put it into place exactly.
Right. I didn't like that slam on Tom's tie either, by the way.
Yeah, that was not nice.
Come on.
Good look.
Takes a brave man to wear a tie like that.
Absolutely.
It really does. Shasta stopped making making that flavor.
I would have went with Lifesavers myself. But.
A brave man to say, I don't care what people think of my sexuality. I'm just putting this around my neck. If it was a hog tied around his neck, it would look more gay.
So who walked to the front of the
we missed that girl.
Who walked to the front of the stage when the daughters were getting the chant?
Flav did.
Flav himself?
Yeah, I didn't know he said that. It sounded to me like he just goes, my mother's here, everybody.
He did say it like that. He wasn't saying, no one was scared of it. He's a 50-year-old guy in a gold crown. They were kind of like...
It says, have it your way on the side.
He is Flavor Flav.
He was backed up, though, by his peeps.
His posse was family. I'm telling you, the people coming streaming in.
I'm glad we all, including our listeners, got out of there alive.
Yeah.
I was amazed. There was
that was good.
Another close shave for the white man.
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, you guys hear what happened on ESPN?
No.
What's the story? It's just coming in, actually.
Just someone got in trouble for saying something.
Oh, here it is. Former NFL tight end Brian Kitchen will not work as an ESPN commentator this week because of a comment he made during last Saturday's broadcast of the Northern Illinois-Iowa game. Kitchen was explaining the need for receivers to make catches with their hands because they are tender and can caress the ball. He then paused and said, "That's kind of gay, but hey." The comments were inappropriate, and we apologize for them, said ESPN's Vice President of Public Relations, Josh blah blah.
Hey, Josh, let me interrupt you because, Josh, I understand at ESPN you have to be somewhat sensitive, but your core audience is not gay.
But not only that, this is the fall. This is why the West is falling. This kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Political correct. Everyone's got to be
anything.
Coddled and petted.
But except for anybody could come in from any place else and say anything. Everybody's like, well, that's just that's a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We've all been saying kind of gay our entire lives, and I think even in the gay community they say that's kind of gay.
They would not care about that. The world is falling apart because of this kind of stuff. This is why the West is falling. I swear.
Yep.
The comments were inappropriate.
Sickening.
Kitchen's future with ESPNU is under review. ESPN's decision first was reported in blah, blah, blah. Kitchen, blah, 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 blah. All right.
There are two
I'm sorry, real fast, Dan. They were completely inappropriate and not at all a reflection of who I am or the way I perform my work. See, now he has to grovel. This is Kitchen saying this.
It is who you are because
ESPN.
We all are like that. You make jokes. You use that word. There's two distinct different uses for the word gay.
Absolutely.
Fag,
and both
like
of them
that.
are fine.
Yeah,
compared to what goes on in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Why can't you say, like, you walk into someplace and you see your friend just bought a new couch, and you go, that is the gayest couch I've ever seen.
Are you talking about Jim's thing from last night?
Actually, I'm talking about Jim's thing. Now, do you have a gay couch?
No, I have a very comfy couch.
But we
every
gay
girl,
guy
excuse me, every girl that saw, and you know the gay guy, I won't say his name on the air, but that's a completely true story.
He deludes himself that he's not considered gay.
Oh, no, he knows. He's coming out very slow.
Robert Kelly?
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
He has morbid gay-becity.
Yeah, but I mean, you've used it your whole life. Or come on, don't you go? You want to go out tonight? Nah, I'm gonna hang out. Dude, don't be a faggot. Come out. It doesn't mean don't stay home and have sex with men. But it means don't just hang out. Don't be a faggot.
Right.
But we have a hard time because Anthony's from one of these like hapog white trash towns. So
Huntington, sir.
Yeah. And he's proud. Meanwhile, he's the guy that dressed that kid for Halloween and when I opened Anthony's outfit.
Right. I had that one in my closet. Why don't you wear it, sonny boy?
Right.
And,
I have no need for this right now.
I have no mercy for any of these guys either because they're all caving into it. They're apologizing. Not one of these guys has the balls. You know who had the balls? The manager of the White Sox, who was just belligerent after he said what he said. Yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, it was so... He was really belligerent about it, and he kept his job. I mean, the fact
Why are they so scared?
They're worms.
They are scared for their jobs.
No, they're not worms. The guy was a tight end in the NFL. I'd like to see him come in here and have you not feel sorry for him as he chokes you to death with his giant hand around that blubber turkey neck. You're like, no, I didn't mean you. I meant the spokesman.
They're all afraid for their jobs, and they are worms.
Well, they're afraid of their jobs. They have lovely kids to feed, You don't know how it is, a family man. You have to buy green ties for liven up your life once in a while.
It's the people that make them apologize. The companies, ESPN, the head of, who is it?
Josh.
Josh, the head of public relations.
Josh.
Vice president of this. All these people should just ignore it.
Well, I want just one of these companies to play it out and see what actually would happen.
Yeah, see what'll happen.
See what would happen. It's a dumb little comment that has been said a million times. Let them be.
Are they really going to be a huge boycott?
Are they really going to rally the troops over that?
I saw a boycott movie the other night on HBO, and it was a really shocking story. It was about a group of Mexicans called Walkout. These Mexicans left school early.
Oh, are you kidding?
I couldn't believe it.
Hey, we got the audio of the guy actually doing the comment. Here it is.
It looks like a pass that needs to be caught. Yeah, you can't use your shoulder to catch a football. You've got to get your hands out there every night. And I'm out there with my kids working on catching the football. They want to use their body. It's just a natural instinct as a human being. But you've got to learn to be able to put the ball in your hands. Your hands are what makes it possible. Your shoulder pads are hard and stiff. Your hands are tender and they can move and caress the ball. that's kind of gay, but hey, close. Fourth down.
You hear the silence?
That he knew right then.
The silence.
That is the silence.
Cowards.
The silence of. Well,
I think
every man for themselves.
Yeah, abandoned ship.
I won't acknowledge that was just said because I want to keep my job.
The disturbing part is that he said, I'm out there with my kids every night, and then he goes into that.
Yeah, the caressing.
Yeah, this guy could be like one of them child molestators.
He realized that ESPN wouldn't put up with that, but he made an honest mistake. He wasn't purposely trying to, piss off any group.
And the way the guy was saying it did sound a little gay, if you ask me.
There's no differentiating between, just some silly, offhanded remark and true hate speech. The left stinks. And so does the right, the conservatives who are afraid of being protested. They all just suck.
But
a bunch of cowards.
Why don't you sit up?
Because I'm relaxing, Carl. Don't be a fag. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to say that. I meant cigarette. Don't be a cigarette, Carl.
Boy. Jimmy Norton has been suspended.
Boy. I meant to say, don't be such a silly
review.
It really is the left and that started this. And all I ever hear them is like, oh, yeah, do you believe? They did something recently where they were mocking, some political correctness. I'm like, you guys started it.
Yeah.
And you cemented it. And and it's such a double standard. Some people say things, people are like, oh, come on, let it go. And then other people, nauseates me.
Gee, like when Jerry Brown said something where he dropped an N-bomb and Sharpton defended him, saying, well, he's good to the black community and blah, blah, blah. But yet if it had been somebody else who
James Byrd was in the Klan. He's a Democrat.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
He's a Klansman.
Well, he's a Democrat, huh?
James Byrd.
I don't know that, James. I don't know.
All right, let's go to Matt on Long Island. Matt?
Opie knows when it's time to bail.
Yeah.
It's all right. Matt, what's up?
Hey, I saw the clip and I thought there was nothing wrong with it, but it's the whole country's always like that. They can't even upset two people. Like where two gays would say, oh well, that puts a negative connotation on being gay.
Yeah.
If you say gay couch, but that's just the language now. I mean, 50 years ago, no one had any problem saying the N-word, and everybody used it.
I don't know why we have to be punished. Because of a lot of mean-spirited crap. Yeah, please, as soon as the mics
are off.
For no reason at all, we'll say it. When talking about the Osmonds, we find a way to squeeze it in. But why are we being punished?
That's a man's man right there, Colin.
We're being punished with humor because of horrible things people said and did in the 1950s, and I'm tired of it. Why should my humor suffer because of something some hillbilly said before he created some strange fruit, if I may?
Right. Exactly.
Strange fruit.
And how many gays are watching ESPN anyway? Let's be honest here.
Probably not.
They all want to be the center.
Right. They're watching all those home decorating shows on TLC.
Everybody wants to be the star, the quarterback who throws the forward pass.
The forward pass. That new thing.
That's what I do when my friends are watching football. I ruin it by saying things like, oh, this guy should throw a forward pass.
And by the way, why, a bunch of gay guys want to run around and redecorate your queer eye for the straight guy? Fine. We're a bunch of queers.
Let's go.
Yeah, you
but
say
this guy
queer?
makes an offhanded remark about gays. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he knew right away, too.
Oh, they all just suck.
When I was growing up, queer was one of the most negative things you could say about a gay person. You're like, queer. That guy's a queer.
Queer baby.
And now it's been accepted by gays. They use it on, like you said, queer eye for the straight guy. They use it.
George Carlin.
It's the name of a TV show. Yeah, exactly.
George Carlin did the best bit of all time where he goes, well, I was going to fag. He wasn't like, oh, go home, fag. It's 10 o'clock. He goes, a fag was a guy that wouldn't go downtown with you and beat up queers.
Let's go to Jake in Texas. Jake.
Hey, what's going on, O&A?
Oh, I just love when we gay bash. Sorry.
Let's see if San Francisco dumps out of this.
I'm sure they will. They're not going to get much of a show today. Jake, what's up?
What are the gays going to do? Boycott going to football games?
Yeah, wouldn't that be
the point?
Yeah, that's the point. It's not the core audience, but these groveling executives, and you know what they are? They are just groveling, just college boy douches.
Mm-hmm.
They're just groveling
We kind of
douches.
Someone's got to stick up for the gay community. I don't think they care
They
about
don't
this
care.
crap.
They're not.
They
really don't care about this crap.
They just don't get beat up in high school, you know. They joke about it too.
It's the corporate asses that are completely out of touch with what really is going on out there.
The special interest why they like the gay alliance, GLAAD. I mean, they're a little hypersensitive and irritating, just like the ADL is, you know. But it's like most gay people could care less about some offhanded remark like that. That's not meant to be nasty.
Well, I disagree. I think Linda Stassi says it best.
Oh, boy. I had to mention her.
She said, "There's a real gut buster."
Yeah.
I was holding my sides.
She said something. It had me in stitches. She was talking. She was giving 4 stars to the 3 or the 1.2 new Chappelle episodes that were released, and she said
1.2.
She had to buckle herself in to keep from falling off the stage.
Off the couch, she says.
Off the couch.
Great.
Buckled herself in with her cadaver hands.
She got seatbelts on her couch.
She does.
That's hysterical right there.
Oh, God. I'm so glad she gave 4 stars to that monumentally long DVD set.
Maybe she doesn't watch it on a camera. Maybe she has seatbelts because she watched it in her truck like, Flav.
Having a little video in the... forget it.
All right, we got a break. We're late. When we get back, we got taser clips.
Yeah, we got to play these.
We'll play them when we get back.
What are the taser
Love
clips?
taser clips. It's just clips of people, criminals being tasered.
That's funny.
And they're all belligerent and nasty right up until they get tased.
They're all just terrific.
Then they're very cooperative.
Huh? I thought I heard you guys saying something about The View. What the heck was it?
There's a little story about The View.
It's they discussed the John Kerry Iraq joke.
And I'm sure Rosie was outraged.
No, it actually came down to Joy and that dope Elizabeth.
I guess
she's eye candy, but she stinks when it comes to talking about real issues.
I got to guess Joy and Rosie were probably it's not a big deal. I don't think they were outraged.
No, it was Elizabeth that just lost her mind. I mean, that's good stuff, too. So now we have a decision to make.
Oh, no.
We'll figure it out during the break. It's the O&A virus spreading across America. Colin Quinn in studio. What are we promoting there, Colin?
When are you
Gotham Comedy Club. Cool.
When are you there?
Folks, if you really want some gut-busting good times, come to the Gotham Comedy Club Thursday through Sunday.
Starting tonight.
Every seat has a seatbelt.
Tonight, one show, 9:30.
Fall off.
One show tonight, 9:30, and then 2 shows Friday, 2 Saturday, and 1 Sunday. Gotham Comedy Club.
Keith Robinson off the show. So
did you really?
Yep.
Good. Why?
Well,
because they had booked other people, so I canceled them.
Good. Bye, Keith.
Gotham Comedy Club, 23rd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues, 212-367-9000 for Colin Quinn.
Opie, Anthony, Jim Norton, and the comedians of the Opie and Anthony Show are appearing in a special holiday edition of FHM, on sale now.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202.
Opie and Anthony.
All right. It's me and you, Ant.
I love it. Jimmy got so upset he had to run into the bathroom.
I don't know what just happened. We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. Did he get upset with seeing Rick and Bubba on Fox and Friends?
No, it was just some promo that played for a TV show.
Oh.
And he didn't quite get it. I don't get it either.
What is it
one
for?
Of those things. It's for some... I don't know. It's for some show. And what does the guy say?
Here comes Jimmy.
CSI, or it's one of these. I'm so sick of these uncreative douches in television. The promo is this for some show. It's a lawyer show called Sharks, and the
starring James Woods.
And here's the promo. The one guy goes, "I hope you know what you're doing." The other guy goes, "Don't I always?" Who's watching because of that?
That's the whole.
Well, then they do lasers and stuff, or what?
Yeah. Yes. Shoo, shoo, shoo. It stinks.
Well, maybe they marketed and said, a lot of people feel like they don't know what they're doing in the world. If we had a show where somebody really was sure of themselves, people would be into it.
Oh, my
Don't I always?
God.
I wish I was more like him.
Wow.
I have to watch
I
this.
tell you what, that guy really grabs a bull by the horns. That's what they're going to call that show. Bull by the horn grabber. CBS. I hate it. It's like sitcoms. They'll never show you a funny line. Honey, you're late from work. Well, aren't I late yesterday?
There's one that's running on Fox, and it is horrific. I saw it yesterday. I wanted to throw something through the TV. It's a guy and a girl, of course, and they're talking, and the guy says something about liking a girl that reads. And the girl says to him, yeah, because guys are always looking for girls with big books. I just stared blankly at the television.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Big books.
Big book. And you hear just, "Wah!"
Canned laughter.
Canned laughs come
yeah.
flying out like it's the funniest thing that it was ever spoken.
Faggot public, you deserve what you get. Watching shows with canned laughter, you should all be shot.
Well, some shows are good with canned laughter.
Really?
Yes.
Like MASH?
No, that
was always good.
MASH was good. Yeah, I know.
That was always
look,
good.
Groucho Marx said it right. Canned laughter ruined sitcom writing because you didn't have to be funny. You were guaranteed the laughs.
Yeah.
Or however Groucho said it.
I was going to say, did he say it in that elongated?
No, he probably said it brilliantly and funny. And
I remember him being a little more eloquent than that, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm just kind of clumsily. I'm kind of paraphrasing what Groucho.
I can't get the View audio to work.
No.
Maybe this freaking CD player just needs to be replaced.
That's probably what it is.
It's meant to be that we watch the Taser thing instead.
Do you know what? Do you know what show at Canned Laughs that really makes me laugh? It's a British show, Alan Partridge show.
I don't like the way you said it's a British show.
Say it.
Hey, listen, Madonna.
Don't
say British with a British accent.
I didn't. No, but it's a British show.
Shut your face.
I ran through all of the proper channels as far as my adoption goes.
My husband spent a lot of time.
We went through every thing we were supposed to. We weren't given any preferential treatment. It was as per our schedule.
She talks the way you talk right after you bite your tongue. She has that thing where you don't want to talk too roughly because it's so tender.
All right, we're going to do taser clips.
Tasers.
The John Kerry View thing isn't working.
Taser.
Tasers.
Yeah.
Rick and Bob are fighting for the mic in the picture. They're both holding it.
Yeah, this looks really...
They just showed Rick and Bubba. I guess they do a show in Alabama, is it?
Oh, it's
and
in
they
Alabama.
show their publicity shot, and they both have their fists on their chin.
It's like they're holding their chins as if they're thinking, like you'd grab your chin to go, and they're doing that.
Yeah, you do that if you're living in the 50s.
Kind of back to back. Oh, this is...
And you know what, Fox and Friends, you stink for the radio guys you're putting on. I'm sorry. Why don't you just stop it?
We did their show once, and we did a really good job, and we were never asked back. We do a lot of shows once. We do a lot of shows once.
Well, today in our disposable media, I guess that's okay.
We did.
Well, let's get tasers.
We did Best Week Ever once, and that was before we came back to the fine company that is CBS.
And they put everybody on there.
Well, but they realized that the Best Week Ever, they're fans of our show, and they put us on without asking the bigwigs.
Yeah.
Bigwigs found out and went, you had those guys on Best Week Ever? Are you crazy? Do you want to be fired?
You know, they're sitting out.
They stopped returning our calls, unfortunately.
Oops.
But now we're back as one happy family, so.
You got to put some, here's what you got to put on. You got to put on a chick who has nothing to say and some gay guy who every time we make a fashion joke, oh, that collar's too big. More clips.
And at least one new guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, Carl, you almost slipped up there.
All right, now we're going back to the View stuff. View or Taser? Someone help me out here. Help me out here,
Let's
Henry.
Taser the View.
How about one Taser video? Just give him a little tease.
Trying to go into a clip here.
Right, I don't know what to do anymore. We have 6 Taser clips. We'll play this one.
All right.
All right, there you go.
That sounded like Voss. Like Voss.
All right, here we go. We all know by now what John Kerry said, right?
Yes.
It's in there? Okay, and then The View, because it's just such a terrific show. for the housewives out there. They discussed the John Kerry joke that went wrong.
It doesn't even sound like the joke was a joke. Like the joke was just as bad as what he said.
He's a stiff, horrid bore.
Who should never attempt humor.
No, he shouldn't talk.
Yeah.
Somebody should frag that guy, man.
Right, here we go.
A lot of news about John Kerry. Did you hear what he said in the response? Take a look. Everybody knows. Yeah, I didn't actually see it. I saw it this morning. Take a look at the tape. This is what he actually said during a campaign speech, so to speak.
You know, education, if you make the most of it, and you study hard, and you do your homework, and you make an effort to be smart, you can do well. If you don't, you get stuck in a rack.
Stop. Right. Now, yeah, go ahead. Well, here's the prepared text that was in his speech that he didn't read. Was, do you know where you end up if you don't study, if you aren't smart, if you are intellectually lazy? You end up getting stuck in a war in Iraq. Just ask President Bush. That's what he was supposed to say. Yeah. But what came out was something different.
Well, really? Then why wouldn't he have said, when I make a mistake, I would have gone, oops, sorry, I meant not 2 days later.
A war in Iraq like President Bush. So all those bad things he was saying about not being educated was supposed to be pointed at Bush and not the troops.
Bush's lazy intellect, saying that he's a dope who got them into a war. But then wouldn't he have said, here's where you end up, running a war you can't get out of? But he didn't say that.
No, even then you're still kind of thinking, is he talking about the troops?
Yeah, he's a dope. And if a conservative had made this kind of a blunder, believe me, Rosie would not have taken that kind of view, and neither would the rest of the left. But now it's like, oh, it's just a joke that went awry. Well, the Democrats did attack him.
Republicans make better blunders.
Yes, they do.
Email slippings. And
they certainly do. Young lads in tight bikini shorts exercising.
Republican blunders are sexy.
Well, Rosie stayed out of this one. It actually was Joy Behar and Elizabeth Hasselbeck, or Hasselbeck, or whatever.
Hasselbeck.
She's on the show because she's great eye candy.
Back.
But so she tries to attempt to discuss something. It's just awful. It's just awful.
And then he said he botched a joke. You know, leave this to the professionals. John Kerry's put a sock in it. He's not funny. I mean, I really mean it. It's like he's not running for anything right now. He should have kept his big mouth shut because he sounds stupid. But I also have to say that I feel very sad that John McCain and John Kerry are arguing and fighting over the support for the troops when both of them are veterans of Vietnam. And these draft dodgers, Bush, Rumsfeld, and Cheney, are making hay over this. America, wake up. Wait a second. Wake up and just be
you know, whether you agree or disagree, Joy's got a point, and she made it perfectly clear.
George W. Making hay does not mean making a big deal over this. She misused the term making hay.
What does it mean?
George W. served.
Yeah, he did.
He served. He was a pilot.
In Alabama.
Yeah.
People attack Alabama.
Knowing the VC with those tunnels they could dig?
That's right.
They'd pop up in Alabama. All of a sudden people go, hey.
Rick and Bubba.
He was a crop duster in Alabama.
He was in Alabama.
That's about all he did.
Wait a second. Wake up and just be thankful.
Here comes Elizabeth.
You know, when he said that makes me mad.
When I heard him saying that, I just counted my blessing. It made me feel thankful that John Kerry isn't the president of the United States. You know, that was a possibility. He's so elitist, and he makes just. I think he just.
Yeah, she's right.
I believe he thinks he's better than everybody else. And if he was talking about President Bush, and he was saying if you did your homework, President Bush had a higher IQ than he does, and he also had better grades than he did.
They both went to Yale. They both had money. Why is Kerry an elitist and Bush not?
Because John Kerry talks like he's God.
Because Bush talks like he's protected.
He just speaks good English. That's right.
I'm just saying, Charlie
John Kerry goes back and forth all the time.
We're not doing a John Kerry campaign. You can keep quiet in this, Rosie. It's good for you. Go ahead, Barbara. We'll handle this.
You know what I love? This show is completely falling apart, and Barbara Walters is trying to keep it together. It's the most entertaining thing to watch.
Well, I love the show. Me and my friends, we save our vacuuming for afterwards.
All that show needed was for Flav to come out for 55 minutes.
Right.
For them to completely lose control.
Unbelievable.
Joy and Rosie, I like both. The two comics.
Oh, absolutely.
I like.
Absolutely.
But, just the other ones. Barbara Walters should just. I'd love her to just have a stroke while she's walking her dog, and as she falls into the street, a bus runs over the top of her skull and not kills her, just cuts off any movement below the neck.
Except for pain.
What?
Except for unrelenting pain.
The show's gonna...
Yes, you're right. That's the only emotion she has. As she blows into the tube, her bottom hurts.
The show's going to evolve into Rosie's show.
It should.
John Kerry was like Mel Gibson without the booze yesterday when he said this, okay? Like he...
All right, Elizabeth.
Yeah, you go good.
Whether he meant it or not, it's out there, and it hurt a lot of people. It hurt families of troops. It hurt the troops out there, and he should be more responsible. He really should.
He made a mistake. How many botched jokes has Bush made? I have a whole book of Bushism. It's past my ass. Come and see me perform. I'll read you some of the Bushes.
I love it.
Yeah. Things are really the first flying over there.
Why can't they just agree that both of them are blithering idiots? Why can't they?
Well, I think that what they should both say is, look, let's stop this. We have holes. We shouldn't talk politics. What are you cooking for Thanksgiving?
Yeah. What kind of muffins are you making?
That's right.
This is where it
when your man asks for coffee, what is it? Black or light and sweet?
This is where it gets really heated. This gets very entertaining here.
Gibson's going to be on with us coming up next. Well, I don't know whether this really hurts the Democratic Party. Is this just John Kerry? What do you think? Or does this really spill over on the Democrats?
Well, as long as the people who are against the Democrats are going to make hay out of this and lie about their record and go and continue to say that this war has been a good idea, when everybody knows it's not then they're going to win. If people are stupid enough to believe that, then go ahead.
Wait a second. Why are you saying that? Because I'm a person who believes that this war is justified in the fact that we're fighting global terrorism. So I don't appreciate saying if you're stupid enough to believe that. I do support. Look, I don't believe they've done everything right. Okay, and I believe it needs to be.
I'm going out there now on a limb, Elizabeth. I'm going out on a limb right now with that,
but maybe not.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, if you can make two choices. This is a hot time for elections. We're seeing more ads now than I care to about politics. I just think to separate it and say if you're dumb enough to believe that we should be fighting this war, then you deserve what you get.
We know that there were no weapons of mass destruction now that we went under false pretenses. John Kerry was not in power.
No,
he would not.
He was on that after his 7th flip-flop. He went in there.
Forget about John Kerry for a second,
You just reminded me of him. How am I supposed to forget?
Let me do one point, okay? Stop it. People who love Barbara.
Why is she doing that?
First of all, Elizabeth should be giving that speech out of a minivan window. She's not qualified. Joy is too smart for her.
Why did they hire?
That's what I'm loving about that.
Don't you understand? Why did they hire somebody who's not smart, who's on the right? Of course.
It's a good. Exactly. Come on. She's more of a soccer mom type of mentality, as opposed to a really bright.
As opposed to what? Joy? I mean, Rosie's not a soccer momish?
No. I'm saying that they're comics. They run circles around her mentally. There's no way a dummy like that. She argues like a soccer mom. She's not smart enough to argue with people like Joy and Rose.
She'll blurt out party line stuff that she reads in the paper.
Maybe by his 7th flip-flop. Yeah. Is that what you have, stupid?
And they're saying intellectual things?
No, but they're just rapid fire.
They're burning her.
They're throwing points on it. They're worried about the mass destruction. They're firing points, and she goes, well, I'm seeing more ads than I care to, and after his 7th flip-flop.
Well, she's right about one thing. Some of these ads, I feel like they almost
from your lips to God's ears.
Hey, we love Paul R. Nelson.
I'm Paul R. Nelson.
Oh, Lordy Lord.
Well, that's not him. Wow, that's a...
Bob Menendez.
That's a bad...
I'm Paul R. Nelson. I'm Paul R. Nelson.
I'm Paul R. Nelson. Did you say Paul R. Nelson?
No.
Don't have time?
No, we don't have
time.
That's
too bad. All right. Everyone panicked. Everyone panicked. All right, we got one more clip from The View as they try to discuss this.
Listen, I'm going to give you, just like I'm on Crossfire, the closing comment and you a closing comment, and I would just like to say a start.
See, Rosie is just, it's her show already.
It's her show. You think Star would ever have done that?
No, Barbara Walters is there, but, Rosie's like, she understands how to produce a TV show.
When Rosie wants to talk, she grabs Barbara's hair by the back the way a man would on a date while the chick's in the passenger seat. And while she's talking, Barbara's going...
Closing comment, and you a closing comment. And I would just like to say a startling fact. This is November 1st. In October, we lost the most American troops ever.
Oh, that's intelligence. Come on.
No, I'm not talking about... I'm talking about when they're back and forth.
And I'm talking about everything.
Yeah.
The big picture. New liberal attitude out of you.
No, it's not.
I know, right?
I'm saying, my point was that they
Shut your face. I'll tell you what your point was.
All right, well, you tell me after.
You stick to your Letterman sets, kid. You're good at them.
No, my point was that that she's a dumbbell who's not qualified to make that argument. There's a lot of women who are brighter.
Opie, shut him up. He's slipping. The show's starting to get...
No, I like what Jimmy's saying.
No,
I'm so with him.
I'm right.
She's so out of her league.
She's a dope.
And the other two
She's
are
just reciting
stuff. Policy experts.
No, but they're
reciting stuff from the left.
They're better at debating, and they're funnier people. And they're better at what they're doing, which is it's a talk show.
You know who's funny? Me.
You certainly are, and he's going to be appearing at Caroline. See how I plug on
silly.
purpose?
I'm at Gotham.
Elizabeth should be talking about like Hollywood gossip.
Yeah.
You know, stuff she's good at.
Exactly.
Instead of like reciting stuff she reads in a stupid book that anyone could get at Barnes & Noble.
Like
there's a whole section now. You got the Ann Coulter book, you got the right next to the Michael Myers book, right next to the Al Franken book. All you do is read that for an hour and you feel like an expert on all this stuff.
You know everything.
That's exactly what she sounds like.
Joy buried her with, well, they both went to Yale. Why is he an elitist and Bush isn't? Well, because he talks like he's she talks like what? And because Bush talks, the way she was debating her, she was smacking her in the face. Elizabeth would go, middle-class housewife, and she would smack her. Middle-class housewife statement.
Yeah.
It's like fine if you're going to make those statements, but don't be on national television.
We got to get out of here, but let me get this last clip in.
American troops ever. 101 Americans were killed in a civil war in another country that had nothing to do with 9/11 and that had no weapons of mass destruction. Final comment, Joy?
All these people who love this war, why don't they send their husbands and children? Okay.
That's not typical comments from my
I have one more thing to say. I just think they should stop changing the conversation. We are in the middle of a heinous war that is destroying our country. That is splitting our country. Stop talking about gay marriage. I don't want to hear about gay marriage right now.
Then why'd you bring it up?
This war.
Then why is it always about it?
Now, Elizabeth, you have a closing comment?
When you go to the polls next week, I think you should choose to either fight the war on terror or fight Republicans. Pick your battle.
Okay. And I think that voting is important, and if every woman watching this show did it, we could change the course of the country.
Every woman.
None of you guys picked up on the fact that I said that.
What?
The Ann Coulter book was right next to the Michael Myers book.
Oh, wow, no.
Well, Michael Myers is a...
I'm trying to make a great point about...
He's talking about Michael...
I thought you meant
Michael Moore.
No, but there's a black writer, Michael Myers. So he's like...
Oh, really?
Oh, I thought he meant the guy from Halloween, the murderer.
Oh, my God.
Or Austin Powers.
Thank you, Snapman, from Whackbag. There I am trying to make an intelligent point.
That's it.
I say Michael Myers.
You all of a sudden turned into that dopey Dane from The View.
I certainly did. What an ass.
This is Paul R. Nelson, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Thank you, Paul R. Nelson.
Michael Myers. Oh, God. I should stick to
Michael Myers.
I should stick to just stomping on cakes.
I'm reading that one.
That's all I'm good at.
I'm reading that one right after I read the Jason Voorhees book. I hear that's
Michael
pretty
Myers
good.
Is a political writer.
Oh, thanks, Colin. You could have helped me out earlier.
No one knows that.
What does making hay...
I said that earlier.
Shut up. What does making hay mean, since you seem to know what it doesn't mean?
Making hay while the sun shines means not starting trouble like she's saying, but it means doing, making hay. Doing your work while the sun's out.
What the hell?
No one knows what he just said. Thank you, Elizabeth.
It just means
what?
No, I said making hay doesn't mean starting trouble.
You're using stuff that's out there to start trouble.
No, that's not what it means.
Making hay.
I grew up in Iowa. And making hay while the sun shines. You know what that means? It doesn't mean starting trouble while the sun's out.
So what does it mean again?
It means just working, doing your stuff while you can do it while the sun's out.
Make hay of it.
You can't make hay when it's dark out, I guess.
Yeah?
Maybe one of our Texas listeners could call in and clarify, because we don't know this.
They're making hay of this.
No, this is a long story.
I just want people to forget about my Michael Myers comment.
You should be an expert on hay because you're an ass.
Kenny's an expert on hay. Just look at his hair. Another dry hair joke, yes, people. Colin Quinn at Gotham Comedy Club starting tonight through Sunday. One show tonight at 9:30. That's between 7th and 8th on 23rd Street. Gotham Comedy Club, 212-367-9000. Always a pleasure, Colin.
Thanks, guys.
Are you going to XM with us so you can curse?
No, I got to go do an interview.
With who?
Oh.
Some newspaper stuff. At my publicist's office, some newspaper.
You're getting too comfortable with
You're making hay.
With what?
You're getting too comfortable with this show.
What do you mean?
Go the distance with us.
Well, guess what? It said on my sheet you only want to be till 8:30.
That's not
too comfortable.
true.
Yeah, well, how about this for truth?
What?
Last time I called in, I called it. Oh, Opie's going to be.
Oh, no. What?
2 months ago, I called it. You want to talk about discomfort? 2 months ago, I called him. Remember? Because the time I called him before Opie, because he always hits like 3 good ones and then he hangs up. He knows when to go.
Yeah.
I was like, he's right. I do. I call up. Some dummy on the phone goes to me, yeah, Opie says we're probably too busy for you today. And he might say,
no.
Shut up and let me finish. Let me finish, Opie. So I go, I listened to the show that morning because I was staying up all night at the time. You know what it was? It was an important show. It was the day after the first live comedy show. So it was really important. I think Bill Burr called in.
Oh.
And I think maybe, I think Patrice might have stopped by. It's not like it was a big celebrity day. I can understand that. Why did you smell that shirt, you creep?
All right, listen, we got to go. We're late.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're late.
Colin Quinn at Gotham Comedy Club tonight, all right?
Oh, bye, folks. It's a real gutbuster.
All right, if you're not joining us at XM, have a great day.
I can walk on my hands.
I can fart and chew gum.
I play the oboe.
I can ride a unicycle.
I wear a bra and laced panties.
So your talent is being queer, Travis?
It's the Opie and Anthony Walkover Talent Show. If you have a unique skill, talent, music group, or physical affliction, we want to exploit.
You can email Steve at foundrymusic.com with your ideas, or you can just show up during the walk to XM and start shucking and jiving.
Shucking and jiving? Jesus, Danny.
I don't write this.
The Opie and Anthony XM Walkover begins now.
We're halfway done with the walk.
The walkover. It's the freeze over. Oh, Christ, what happened?
I don't know.
It was warmer this morning when it was raining. The rain stopped, and now it's cold, so we decided to start walking. We're already up to the first corner.
Yeah, I want to thank the faithful listeners for coming out, even in the cold weather. What do we got? 2 people out here today?
2, 3.
You know, when it's warm, it's 100. When it's cold, it's 2.
Oh, look, the tables aren't out anymore here at our
it's just
Route
depressing.
57.
Stinks.
They're getting rid of the outdoor tables.
Overcast and cold.
The homeless people are going underground.
God, I hate winter.
Hey, let's see if our FHM is in with our guy there.
Oh, with our pal.
We're in the December issue of FHM magazine with all our pals.
Yes.
Rich Voss, Otto and George, Bill Burr, Bob Kelly, Patrice O'Neill.
Where was Colin?
I don't know.
Why wasn't he involved in that?
I don't know why.
Oh,
That's a very good question.
I bet if we were in Honcho, he would want it to be involved.
Honcho. Here we are. Can you find it?
We're at the newsstand.
Let's see, FHM. I don't think it came in yet.
Oh, this guy's buying Playboy. Nice.
Oh, yeah? Like those...
Go ahead, buy your Playboy.
Like those chicks.
It would have been awkward if you were buying inches as this whole crowd showed up.
Yeah.
But it's Playboy. You're all right.
Nice.
He just ran away. He was buying...
You scared him
Playboy.
off? He was all embarrassed? I don't know. I don't see it, Ope.
Well, let's ask our friend. FHM.
How are you, FHM? No, not yet, my friend.
Not yet.
Stuff came out, but no FHM.
Drop something.
Hopefully tonight.
You said Tuesday.
That's right, yeah, but it's not came out yet. Only stuff came out.
But we earned that magazine.
But we're in that
We're in it. Treat yourselves.
But we're in it.
Damn.
All right, we'll check tomorrow then.
We'll
okay,
check
sir?
back.
Thank you.
And
We're
if
very
it-
excited because we're in the issue. We're going to show you.
If it ain't here, some legs are going to get broken, sir.
That's right.
Don't want to threaten.
We got some phone calls this morning that it was out and it's shrink wrapped, which is pissing off our listeners because they just want to check out the
They
pictures.
just want to look and
not
leave
buy
it back
the
in
magazine.
the newsstand.
It's the December issue, by the way. A lot of people getting confused because it's a Thanksgiving issue, but you know how the magazines
work. There's a 4th of July issue coming out next month.
Well, they only do that with like the smut magazines. I think Playboy's up to like January 2007 already.
Atlanta.
Right? No, let's not. Gonna get run over.
Wow, this guy almost got run over by the bus. You see
would've
that?
looked great.
You all right, sir? Thumbs up? All right.
He just missed them.
I hate bus drivers.
That guy had no clue that bus was barreling down on him.
It's not like a bus would have hurt him.
Well, we had the walk sign, though.
What? Oh.
All right.
I am so glad I have this big, stupid coat. It is the dumbest looking coat, but it keeps me toasty.
It doesn't matter.
How much for the child, miss? How much? Damn it. I think I could buy me a baby.
You dropped something.
We go
Miss?
out of 5.
I think that was 3 of Flavor Flav's wives.
Oh, shit. Yeah, waiting for the buzz.
Well, you know.
You wait for the buzz, bitch.
I'm going right in.
Why would we not?
This is way too cold, and it's going to get so much colder.
This is balmy compared to what it's going to be.
What is this, like 45?
When I am not on the walk with you guys.
Speaking of balmy, Colin Quinn tonight at the Gotham Comedy Club.
You guys are going at it today there, Jimmy. Who stopped
There
in
is
front?
such a love-hate relationship with them.
Oh,
no, they love each other.
All right.
Could tell. Look who's here, pal. Yeah.
I'm done. XM 202.
They are the most vile, despicable human beings in the country. Creeps, ankle-biters.
Obviously, the strength is their ability to turn mistruth into something people would believe.
Wow, how long is this guy going to continue to babble and say nothing?
All day long!
Shut up!
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's worse than I imagined.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
We are a bunch of dopes.
I think we're lewd.
We're probably pushing 20 arrests because of this radio show.
Out of touch cornballs.
3 retards.
We have the effect of Tylenol PM.
Opie.
You know I could have been a model.
Anthony.
I'm gay.
James Norton.
I like yogurt.
Robert Reed.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Welcome to the second half of the Opie and Anthony Show. Exclusively on XM Satellite Radio. Where's my feedback? Thank you, sir. What's the password? Oh, there you go. What happened to the guys? What happened? Did they get in trouble on the elevator?
I don't know. It's probably bathroom break.
Oh. John Manelli's here, the new PD at Free FM here in New York City. He goes, I noticed that you take a different elevator than Anthony and Jim. And I had to explain that I just can't take the Jim Norton gags anymore. Well, it's so uncomfortable.
You better explain. He shouldn't be on that side of the room. That's Anthony's.
Oh, boy.
That's all right.
Oh, boy, John. Oh, boy.
That's all right.
The new guy. You're obviously the new guy.
Well, it's fine.
This is quite the setup over here.
You haven't been over here yet?
I should have been years ago, and I never did.
Right.
Yeah. And I really like the motorcade kind of situation where you guys move from one place to the other.
That's pretty impressive, right?
Like
there was really nothing much going on today, though.
Well, this is the first walkover that John Manelli did. There was nothing going on today. It's cold and rainy and damp in New York. You should have been here last week. We had some great walkovers.
Some days it's an hour out there just screwing around with New Yorkers, and Today, cold, miserable people.
And we didn't have a lot of people today. There was about 5, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 did the walkover today.
No, I've heard a lot of the walkovers because my normal MO before I started this job was to record you guys on both and then listen to you later. But I didn't know that you did not take the elevator with them, and
I can't.
He really is bothered by that. Did you know that?
Oh, the elevator thing.
What are you doing, John? Well, Jimmy, you didn't hear. John Manelli gets in the elevator with me, and he goes, "Oh, I noticed you take a different elevator than Jim and Anthony." And I just can't take the gags.
Why?
It's so uncomfortable.
Well,
no, I do, but
Jimmy'll gas, blow out a fart or something if he can. But it's not always. And recently, you've taken a new tack today, as a matter of fact. The elevator ride up had some women on there, and I jammed my hand in the elevator door to make sure it opened up so we can get on that elevator. And then Jimmy went into a speech about how dangerous it was, and this detailed, horrific story of a gentleman being torn in two. As, horrified women are standing in the elevator.
The pictures on Ogrish of a doctor. It's actually a very true story.
Yeah.
Some of those old elevators, the sensors don't work anymore, so they close on you. And, man, this one picture I saw was a guy ripped in half because the elevator just gone up with him attached to it. There was nothing he could do.
Would you remember in New York? Oh. I think within the past year, some lady in the elevator, when that happened to somebody else trying to get in, the head plopped off and
had
fell
to
in
ride
the car
down with the head.
her.
The elevator didn't line up with the floor at one point, and a woman was in there. So a guy decided he was going to get in. He kind of was climbing into it, and he had his hands on the ledge, and his head was sticking out, and the thing just dropped.
It dropped.
And she had to ride down, I think, with the body without the head, and the head was left where on the floor that.
Oh, because you wanted to get out?
Yeah. Yeah, and
how great is that?
It fell, and she rode down with it.
I wonder if she went through the pockets.
Yeah. Oh, I go through the pockets.
Is that it for you, John?
Nice.
I mean, my only goal is good shows, and that's why I frequently leave early. I mean,
you're not that.
But if you require my services,
what's up with the jacket? Can we talk about that?
Oh, okay. It's kind of a coincidence.
Look at John. So
I like it.
What?
I don't know. You're just so sweet.
Is that tweed?
Well, I think or herringbone. I'm not sure what you call it. But I'm wearing James Cagney's jacket from his later years, which I picked up at his estate sale auction in New York. How much? Yeah. It wasn't that much because, I bought a scrapbook of his. He had several of them that his wife did, and that was about $700. This was 10 to 15 years ago, actually. And this jacket, I got 2 of his jackets for about $500 total.
Big Jimmy Cagney fan, huh?
Not bad at all.
And one of them I did not have tailored. I just left just as is. But this one I had. The shoulders are the same because he's a small guy like me. But I had it pulled in a little because he was portly toward the end. And then I have a picture of.
Do you have a picture of him wearing that actual jacket? Like, do you know what he wore the jacket for?
No, it wasn't. It was not on a film. It
not
was
on a film?
Just
personal life, walking around.
Connecticut Yankee. It says, and he had a farm in
eating
upstate
at the
New York.
Brown Derby.
He had a farm in upstate New York at the end. And
when did he die? What year?
Oh, well, the estate auction was quite a few years after his death. His family put on.
He died in like 97, right?
Oh, longer than that.
Had to be.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I should know, but I don't.
Had to be longer ago than
longer than that.
It's kind of creepy. It's a dead guy's jacket.
It was Cagney. Cagney's not dead. He lives on.
Legend.
Good point.
One of the original.
Does he walk around your apartment now?
Yes.
How cool would that be? The jacket just starts
creep him out now.
Just starts walking around.
I'm not going to be able to use.
No one has bothered me in my apartment since I acquired this. I will say that.
That's why I can't own antiques and stuff. I'm just like this is like dead people stuff. It's creepy to me. It's creepy.
Yeah, I like new
but
stuff.
Although it is cool, I can't deny that. It's very cool that you got something.
Someone at the station actually paid a compliment. I said, "What a nice jacket."
Yeah.
Ooh. Normally I don't wear it.
Let me just think. Was it another on-air personality who was worried? That's a nice jacket.
I hear you. No, I don't know the gentleman's name yet, but he's in the office next to the controller.
Okay.
So I don't know who that was yet, but
all right.
You didn't pick up William Frawley's pants at the same auction, did you?
Well, those actually I do use those for camping. It's my tent.
Yeah. The big one.
With like 2
I
smoke
gotcha.
stacks.
Right. Hey, a couple
Okay,
of
sir.
feedbacks coming in.
And Rock Hudson's tie.
Right. Opie stomps on some homeless guy's cake, but he cannot take a little gas or a little gag from little Jimmy Norton. I know, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Jimmy's one of the only people in my life that makes me uncomfortable. He does a great job of making me uncomfortable. He's one of the only ones, I gotta admit it. He does things where you're like, oh, God, I just want to, like, disappear.
I don't want to be any part of it, but I want to see it. So in order to see it, you have to be around it. Like, I don't like when I'm involved because it's so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yet it's still hysterically funny. But I like when I'm in the elevator and no one knows that I'm going to the same floor, doing the same show with Jimmy, and he just goes off because I love watching horrified people. And Jimmy knows how to horrify the people.
Make hay, to make use of a situation or circumstance, especially in order to gain an advantage.
I said.
No, well, they're saying Colin is a effing retard. Oh, we can say it over here. Colin is a fucking retard.
Colin, completely wrong.
And then the definition from a dictionary. Thank you, Josh from New Jersey. All right, let's say hi to Rob in Arizona. Rob, what's up?
Hey, any chance I can come up?
What do you mean?
Any chance I can come up there? I'm down on the street here. I'm from Arizona, and I'm freezing my balls off, and I got a T-shirt Anthony might like.
Did you do the walkover today?
Jeez. Wonder what
no,
it is.
I missed it. I got stuck in traffic.
All right, yeah, no problem. We'll get you up here.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, man. It's Rob from Arizona downstairs.
God damn it. Am I going to have to restart this?
What?
I'll restart the computer, and then of course we'll need a password. God forbid.
They're weird. Mine's not working either.
Oh, yours isn't either?
Yeah, all the computers are a little strange today for some reason.
No pal talk.
Cagney died in 1986.
86.
I was just kidding with Manelli because he said I bought this about 15 years ago, and he died. It was many years after his death, and I said he died in 97.
97 would have meant the coat was a fraud.
Yeah, that was the bit.
Anything to eat, GH?
No, thank you, Kenny. All right, Taser videos. Tara Reid on Tyra. We got lots of stuff to do today.
On Tyra.
I actually bought the coat that Kennedy was shot in. It cost me $1,500. 2 bullet holes in the back. I don't think it's real.
Would you buy
Chess King?
Would you buy stuff from a dead celebrity?
Sure, absolutely. I'd buy something from Pryor. Richard Pryor, Rain Pryor. Hopefully, we can get into the show. I'd love to buy something from his estate that he wore or something. I would love to have a piece of him.
Maybe Kurt Cobain. Maybe I'd go there.
Yeah,
really?
I guess.
It's usually, stuff like that. I find it ghoulish. People who just buy it to resell it. But somebody, like, if you want a piece of somebody that you loved, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's a little ghoulish.
Well, it depends on what it is. If you want, a piece of something they were murdered in, but to have Elvis's driver's license is pretty cool. Or Brando's drive, why not?
Yeah. I like movie memorabilia stuff.
Sure.
Like I would get stuff like that, but personal items, things like that, even driver's license or letters. People get letters.
I'd love that.
Unless it was something from World War II, orders,
right? To
things
Ava.
like that.
Ava.
Yeah, maybe letters to Ava.
You know what? This leads into a bit that we've been wanting to start up.
Stop.
Should we just do a day or a week, maybe? The strangest thing or the most valuable thing you own?
Oh, well.
We've done this from actually, it works better as strangest thing you own. Remember, we've gotten some really interesting things over the years.
I have to throw my cock on the table after all that fella's been through.
I best not get into this one. Just perpetuate the stereotype.
This is the ear of an uncle who... Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, right? All right, why don't we listen to Tara Reid on Tyra?
Halloween, Tara. Look at all the crazy costumes. There are some crazy costumes out there.
I know. I love it.
Crazy,
you guys are great.
Costumes. What were your favorite costumes when you were a kid for Halloween?
God, I was everything. I was Snow White. I was Alice from Alice in Wonderland. I was a witch. I've been all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. And do you dress up now, too?
I love dressing up. It's one of my favorite things. But one of the things I found out, actually, is
oh my God.
Halloween. It was created to scare, all the ghosts away. So whatever you dress up now as, it's supposed to give you your luck for the next year. So if you dress up as a police, it might be like you're going to get in trouble and get arrested. Or if you're like a nurse, you might get sick.
Oh my God.
So you're supposed to dress in the outfit that you want the next year of your life like.
So what are you going to dress like tonight?
I'll probably be an angel.
So she ends up dead.
Why is that?
Non-cunt.
I want to be a really good girl, things go right, everything nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it follows her logic. That means she will be an angel in the coming year.
But if if you dress as a nurse, wouldn't that mean you would be like
taken care of?
Oh
yeah, there you go.
For the year, like I don't get her whole thing. She said you dress as a policeman.
It's terrible.
Then you're not. Then you won't. Yeah. Then you won't get in trouble by the police because that's your luck for the year.
But you're saying if you dress as a police officer, then you're protected the coming year, right? You should be.
Yeah, with her logic, you should dress as horrific things. Like if you dress as the devil, then the devil won't be able to screw with you. Or like she makes no sense.
It's Tara Reid.
Thank you you got to keep telling me that.
Oh my God!
I keep forgetting who the hell you're talking about. What an idiot.
Hey, before we go any further, can we get Roland in here?
Roland.
I want to know why Flavor Flav was on that stage for 55 minutes Tuesday night, completely hijacking
this is mine.
the Halloween party. What?
He's not here right now.
Why? He's conveniently not here.
Oh, he's coming.
Wait a minute. Where was this sweatshirt brought from?
Why?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
No. I want to. Whose is this?
No.
This is mine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When the intern said it.
Okay, I asked for a sweatshirt. Roland offered me his. I'm like, I can't wear yours because you're obviously you sweat, and I had to wear my own. It was here. Thank you.
I use Snickles.
Roland, sit down.
You're cute.
What happened Tuesday night? The listeners need to know.
With all the,
nonsense. The show is hijacked by Flavor Flav. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
we like Flavor Flav. We don't like him for 55 minutes. We like Flavor Flav for about 7 minutes.
Yeah, because Way was like, he goes 2 songs out, and they give me a list of 15 people max.
All right, so now that didn't seem that bad. 15 people max.
It's usually
2 songs out. All right.
It's like the Ryan Starr thing. He brought his 4 people.
See, now Ryan Starr came out. We spoke with him a little bit. He got up on stage, did a tune or 2, and was done, and it worked out beautifully.
Yes.
Now, why did the Flav thing go so much differently and so much
He
worse?
all of a sudden had 1,000 people, and then...
Did he even know what show he was doing?
Serious.
He did for a moment, and then after a few drinks, he didn't know what he
Never thanked us, never mentioned our names. Like, hey, O&A, thanks for having me. It was like he thought it was his show.
At the Hard Rock.
And, we were just there to, intro him, I guess.
Yeah.
Did he have any idea this was being taped to broadcast the next day?
His manager did. His manager and his publicist, Big Bone, I think, or
his publicist's name is Big Bone,
or Bone.
Well,
yeah,
who
like
else
Bone.
would it be?
It was Bone something, and he's a very large man who picked me up. Like,
yeah.
So I was like,
He picked you up?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, because I went by Flav, and he thought I was going to attack him.
Are you kidding me?
And I went.
This Flav is getting a little uppity.
Roland, you don't look threatening.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, I was like,
you're a marshmallow.
And a sweet boy.
Maybe that's why. Too white.
A marshmallow with a small head. What's going on with that head?
Because he wanted the bigger dressing room, and I said no, and then...
Oh, and that's where it started. We gave up the big dressing room last year for Hulk Hogan. And we were like, something? We got a lot of people. We're doing this show and stuff. We should get the big dressing room. So this year, thinking that Flav was just going to be a quick guest thing and do some stuff, we took the big dressing room. And that might have started a problem right there, I think.
A part, but just like, it just, his people didn't convey to him. It wasn't like...
People didn't convey to him.
Oh, my God. Can I read off the list for Flavor Flav?
Please.
Oh, my God.
What's the list?
It gets longer than that, though.
This is a partial list.
Partial guest list?
I have it on my BlackBerry, too.
All right, they handed this to one of the security guys at the Hard Rock Cafe. List for Flavor Flav. Clifton Johnson, manager. Big John, security, +2. Eric, security. Faze, F-A-Z-E, security. Stephanie Weiner, +1 from VH1. Jennifer Bartok, +2, a.k.a. D-Mix. Nikki Strong, Nikki D, +5. Fat Farm. Melly Mel, Furious 5. Raheem, Furious 5. Bow-Legged Lou and Full Force.
Bow-Legged Lou?
The Bow-Legged Lou.
All right, now you're talking.
Was Melly Mel there or no?
I don't think so.
He was on the list. I don't remember.
He was on the list.
No
That's
Melly
the
Mel.
list. He wasn't there, though.
Bow-legged Lou in full force. Roxanne Shante, artist.
She wasn't there either.
Spinderella from Salt and Pepper.
She was there.
Erica Mias from Candy Shop Video. Patricia McNamee, Baby Fat. Jasmine Iziz, Sony Music. CB, Tough Guy Clothing. Supreme Plus 2, Tough Guy Clothing. DJ Webstar. Busy Bee Starsky. Remy Ma and Fat Joe. Modest Jones. Rat Watts, who's Flav's attorney. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
NG Bessim, another one of Flav's attorney. Gillat Weeman, Universal Records. Pebble Poo. Pebble Poo, Anthony.
Pebble Poo.
Siobhan, Violators manager. Tito, Fearless 4. Tony Tone, Cold Crush Brothers. J.C. Cruz. Emma Ramos, I guess. Tony Zias. Tori Clayton. Sal +1. Disco Fever. And that's the partial
And
list.
Buckshot.
And
Also,
Buckshot.
Buckshot made the show.
Wow. All right. So you didn't know what happened.
No.
You got hijacked, too.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to the bottom of the problem.
Then I tried to get them all out, so I got more than half the entourage outside back into the stage area. And then people all hated me for doing that.
Why?
I don't know. The guy goes, "Do you know who I am?" I was like, "I don't care." I don't.
I don't care.
Yeah, he said my enthusiasm was less than there. I was like, I know. I was like, I know. Sir Tall, African-American man, don't kill me.
Yeah, it was...
The guy was like 6'7" or something, his main guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, big dude.
Now, who was supposed to convey to Flav what his responsibilities were for the evening?
His manager.
Now, who was supposed to convey to the manager?
It was me. I told the manager, like, backstage, to go over everything. I go, can't talk to Flav real quick, because usually if you talk to the talent, they don't know half the stuff. And he goes, you can't. Or he goes, Flav waved me off. I was like, whatever, I don't care.
Flav waved you off?
You know, let me say this now that we're on airwaves where I could talk. Fuck Flav. Fuck him in his fucking ass. I am sick of these motherfuckers like this. The guy blows off Ope's girlfriend for a picture. Blows off other people for pictures. He's there like he's the star of the fucking show. He was on our show once. He's a fucking rap has-been who should count his blessings that VH1 has given him a fucking show. That'll be done, believe me.
Well, the show's
The
over.
novelty is already worn off. Yeah, the novelty's fucking gone. Everyone knows it's a fake farce. Fuck him. Fuck his posse.
I think it was the manager more than him.
No, fuck him.
I think, but I don't.
Yeah.
They asked Did your girlfriend ask Flav for a picture?
Yeah.
Flav himself.
Yeah.
And Flav said no.
Yeah.
Fuck Flavor Flav.
Because he didn't want to take pictures
Fuck
of
him.
white girls.
Don't care.
Because someone else called in.
Fuck him. Fuck him. And on my drive home without a mic, I'll say a little more.
No, because I told the manager, I go, 2 songs. I go, if they're short, I go, I know how sometimes it merges into a third song. I go, that's the max. He goes, don't worry.
I think
3
he only
songs.
did 3
Wasn't the
songs.
songs that was the problem.
Yeah.
It was the babbling about introducing people no one gave a shit about.
Well, I did tell the manager while he was introducing them, I said, can you wrap it up? And he just looked at me and goes, oh, no.
No.
I think he was afraid to tell Flav to wrap it up.
How's your manager fucking afraid of you like that?
I don't know.
You know something? Reuben Kincaid used to tell those Partridges everything.
Yeah, but...
Was not afraid of the Partridge family.
But thing is, I know.
No?
What?
No, I don't.
I hear what you said.
No, I said just the manager, I think, was the one that probably didn't convey everything to Flav.
And I'll bet you the manager never told him half the stuff Roland is saying.
And the manager told him not to take pictures with white girls?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about him not being a dick there.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about I'm talking about the show only, not him being a dick in his personal life. I'm saying with that, though, it sounds like the manager's afraid to tell me.
You know something? As a fucking entertainer...
I do, and I completely agree.
You should have a sheet given to you personally, not your fucking people, of what the night's events are and how they're timed out. We wound up getting them. Everyone that we know got those sheets, what time things are going to happen. Yeah. And, hey, Flav, here's your fucking... Forget about what a big star you are and how your manager's scared of you and how you got 70 fucking people around you. Here's the sheet of paper that tells when you go on and when you're done.
They could, like Ryan Starr, he goes, okay, what do I do? I go,
yeah.
The songs. They'll talk to you for a few minutes, and now he goes, done.
It's not the fucking early 90s.
Can we get
Flavor
Flav on the phone today?
Get him on the phone.
I could try with a manager. He's in L.A. right now. He doesn't wake up before noon.
Yeah, well, sorry. Wake him up.
Well, let's get the manager on the phone.
Yeah, get that manager on the phone. Get one of the 80 people that were on stage on the phone.
Just not those two security guys.
Get his mother on the phone. Yeah, just not the security guys, I'm afraid.
Let's say hi to Roger in Cleveland. Roger.
Doors are locked, aren't they?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I just want to say amen, Anthony. About time somebody stands up and says, fuck that stupid nigger and his posse.
Well, you know, I didn't quite put it in those terms.
Wow.
Jesus.
Let's go to Mike in Philly. Mike.
Jesus,
Yo,
subconscious.
what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, was that a call?
He had that CD coming out on Tuesday that his people probably just led him to believe that this was like his album release party.
You know what, dude?
It was an audience release party. Jesus Christ,
Look,
they fled.
This guy raised a perfect fucking point.
He wanted to sell merchandise, but John at the Hard Rock was like, no.
That was probably what he thought this was. I mean, look, the bottom line is this.
Brother.
He's probably drunk.
No one explained it to him.
I guarantee
no one explained it to
nobody explained it to him.
He thought it was a record release party. This was his coming out.
Why
New York.
else
Chuck D.
would you bring Chuck D? And here's what tells you that. To an Opie and Anthony party, you don't mention Opie and Anthony. Look, Flav, he's probably out of it because he parties, but he's not a dope. He understands business. Like, he's got his own show. He does promotion for the show. I mean, there's a certain protocol you go through to fucking make your show bigger. So he knows that. Why else would he bring Chuck D out at an Opie and Anthony event? He could do that in fucking at a 97.1 or BET event and have 5,000 people going ballistic.
You know what?
Well, they wanted
the only person that didn't know that it wasn't a record release party was Flavor Flav.
That's why I'm not shitting on Flav.
Because all the people were coming out, and I saw. I love observing things. That's one of my favorite things in the world to do. I just, it's an art form to me. I just love it. Okay, as these people were on stage, I was watching them, looking at the audience, and they were all like, "What what is going?" They were all like, "What is going on here?" The only one that didn't notice was Flav.
Because what he was doing was he was bringing out his family. Because for him, releasing a solo album was a big deal. Chuck D had told him for years to release one, apparently, and he was, I guess, been afraid or he wasn't comfortable, whatever. This is a big moment for him. My solo album is finally coming out. I got my fans here, my hometown. I'm going to bring my family out. It's going to be a whole event. Like, this is a big night for me. He didn't realize that this was just an Opie and Anthony thing. He was doing a couple songs.
I had no idea it was just a guest spot, a real quick guest spot.
So then who fucked
That's why
who purposefully fucked our show?
I'm gonna jump in. I don't think the manager would purposefully do it because it wasn't good for them either.
Someone had to know what the real deal was and then not convey it. Someone on purpose. There's one link in this fucking chain. And I use the chain analogy with a little bit of humor. There's a link in this chain that broke down. Somebody knew, all the people up to a certain point knew what this was and what this event was supposed to be and what his capacity there was supposed to be. And then it broke, and some people up the line were not told what this was. It was a guest on our show.
I think it could be like somebody in the management camp.
And that person fucked us on purpose. To get more fucking, whatever I'm looking for the word, more mileage out of that event for Flav than he should have gotten.
You might be right about that. Although I think if they were going to fuck someone purposely, they would. To bring out Chuck, maybe you're not. You know what? You might be right. Only because why wouldn't they do it with BET? Or even just a network.
That just makes me laugh every time.
Why wouldn't they do it somewhere?
Well, like it should have been in the heart of Harlem.
It's the worst fucking show you could pick.
Should have been at the Apollo
for an African American artist. to come on and plug his shit is our show.
Our hardcore listeners were like, what the hell is going on?
It would be like sending... give me a great example of someone to send over to one of the hip-hop stations.
Axl Rose, like Ronnie.
Even Axl.
Neil Diamond.
Black people even, like Neil fucking Diamond.
Black people do know Axl.
There you go.
More black people like Neil Diamond than like Axl Rose.
No, that's rock. Even Slash is fucking half black. So there's even more of a tie in there than there was with the O&A show.
And they know Axl's a bad boy. They know everyone knows like Guns N' Roses.
Prussian Blue. Those cute little girls that sing Nazi songs.
I'm a boy fan. Good one.
Fan knows.
No, he's a good boy.
Honestly, what you're looking at...
I'm a Jew hater.
If you really want to go... what you should say is a...
being redundant.
What you should say is a white country artist.
Yeah.
Travis Tritt.
Travis Tritt
then
at the hip-hop station.
You got the country.
There you go.
And a white country
And
artist.
now Hot 97 here in New York is bringing on the Dixie Chicks to perform and talk and bring up and mention all their family and beliefs and that's how that was.
They might like the Dixie Chicks because they trashed Bush and caught shit for it.
Oh,
they might be given a free pass.
You got to get some old school country guy. Where you know
Lyle Lovett.
Where you know he writes.
Lyle Lovett.
Who's the guy that's saying house next door to me? that
was
guy.
You need an old school country guy that writes some different songs for his friends.
Merle Haggard or something.
That never make the stage.
Here's my point. Look at how hard we're trying to come up with a great example that equals how awkward it was to have him on that stage on our show doing that.
Can I ask a question? Why didn't we stop it?
Because as white people, we were a little afraid of what might happen, what might transpire, the snowballing chain of events that might have happened between security, because he felt entitled. His security people and all those people that were on stage with him had this entitlement that this is Flav, you don't fuck with him, you let him finish.
Part of us, plus none of us knew what the fuck was happening. Like when he first came out, and he talked a little bit and goes, I'm saying, like, you're watching a guy perform. You don't know if he's going to get into music.
Right.
So you're not too sure what's going on. Hi-oh. And he was like, all right.
Working the crowd like we've seen hip-hop guys do.
So then he walks off. He's going to come back. Like, okay, man, he just came out to say hello. That was kind of cool. He didn't just, hide in the dressing room.
That part was cool, actually.
Yeah, it was fine.
Setting up a nice segment where he'd come back out and we're like, hey, here's Flav. We didn't even get to introduce the guy because he whatever.
Because you didn't know what he was going to, like, the bottom line was people were kind of like, all right, we got a guy performer. He's a celebrity performer. You didn't know how long it was going to go on. We didn't have almost the benefit of hindsight. But, like, it was like, what the fuck is he doing? And then we all knew Chuck D was there.
Yeah.
So we're like, all right, well, they're going to, it's like a Public Enemy reunion to a certain degree. That's a pretty cool thing. None of us knew what the fuck was really going on.
There were two moments.
We're all faggot cowards.
Can I get the Anthony line again? Do we have that? There were two great moments. Anthony trying to bring Flav into our world.
It was like,
because at this point it was like, well, hello, we are trying to do a radio show here. I mean, you got to come into our world here. Like, we want to talk to you and interview you a little bit.
I figured it would get his attention, and then we could bring him over and actually talk to him.
So Ant made a quick joke, and boy, he didn't want to. He didn't
even take it as a joke.
Here's what he didn't realize the radio show he was doing. He was in studio once, on the phone once. He was very cool and fun both times. He was a great in-studio guest.
And he was great on the phone, too.
Yes.
Someone's saying, did Ant say Flav's music was okay? For hip-hop and what he was doing, it sounded great. The guy was working the turntables, doing a great job. Flav sounded good as far as hip-hop goes.
Him and
Chuck D.
Yeah, he was singing along to the record.
Him and Chuck D were great together.
Yeah, that shit was cool. I
enjoyed it.
If it was just that, and then him coming over and sitting and saying a few words and leaving, it would have been fine. I had no problem with the singing part of it, the rapping part, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I had a problem with 50 people on the stage and every one of them having to be personally introduced and him just babbling to the crowd.
During our radio show. This is when Anthony attempted to bring Flavor Flav into our world, and it just, it was hilarious, Anthony, but it did no good.
Yo, check this out, y'all. I just want to say, too, for the first time ever in my life...
You've been in front of this many white people.
Wrong. Hey, yo, can I tell you...
You know what? Ant getting a massive laugh.
It broke the tension, because everyone was, at that point, was kind of like, oh boy, when is this going to end? Because he kept going, you know what, let me tell you something. Again, another something. Yeah, so it broke the tension. I was hoping that would then, he'd turn around and he'd go, Cumia or something.
Right.
Change it up a little.
Or do one of those Flavor Flav laughs with the...
No, there was no laughs.
There was nothing.
Serious Flav.
Which shows that he didn't want to, he didn't want to be part of our...
I say fuck him.
Yeah.
Now fuck him.
Yo, check this out, y'all. I just want to say, too, for the first time ever in my life...
You've been in front of this many white people.
Wrong. Hey, yo, can I tell you something?
Huge laugh.
Hey, yo, can I tell y'all something? He's wrong, because I've been in front of more when I was on tour with you, too. Y'all need to know that.
All right.
But I love you anyway, though.
Why would he have to go there, man? It was a great line. Let it just sit.
Because he had to kind of, get back.
Did he laugh after he said that? Listen to that again.
Not really,
He went, it was almost like an awkward...
Almost like
I saw Flav do stand-up comedy one time with Caroline's, and he bombed horribly. It was almost like he was trying to be funny. He got almost like saying, hey, man, you never been in front of this many black people, and I was caught off guard. I go, yeah, I was when I was, even if it was true, I think he was getting to a point. He was going, let me just tell you something, man, never in my life. There was something heavy about to come.
Heavy?
I'm just, in his mind. I'm going with his mind.
Oh, okay.
He's about to say something, and he does it interrupted by, an anonymous voice and a bunch of white guys on a panel. Yeah, how do you think... the manager
it wasn't an auction block.
But
it was a panel. It's called our show.
I'm not saying he was afraid, but I think his whole group was uncomfortable. His family is like, what the fuck? There's a bunch of white guys with microphones behind them. There's a white audience. There's a guy dressed like a cock standing there. There's fucking tender sentiments. There's fucking chicks showing their tits.
Even worse than that, you got No Filter Paul in blackface.
Blackface with a cork around his neck. And his fucking mother's being introduced. And the security guys are scanning the crowd. They're like, what the fuck is going on?
Introduces his daughters to a show your tits
Show your tits. This is not what we got ourselves. His group, and I'm not talking about the fringe fucks that came in behind them, the 50 people that came in behind them. I'm saying the big group that they had. He had guys like Kaz, Raheem, Dana Dane, who I wanted to meet. That's an old school rap guy. Nobody is going into a completely fucking Opie and Anthony white venue and mentioning the name Dana Dane. Dana Dane wouldn't do it. He'd pretend he's somebody else that people would know. He hasn't been very famous since the 80s.
No.
It just was a complete fucking miscommunication. You don't bring guys from the Furious Five to an Opie and Anthony party and introduce them. I was happy to hear they were there. Yeah. I was thrilled. You don't bring those guys to an O&A party. Flav is not that out of it that he would make that decision beforehand.
It's one for the ages. It really is.
Because Hanai 7 later that night they interviewed Flav. And they saw Chuck D. They go, can he come in? He goes, no. Chuck's doing no interviews, but they may do something special. They go, for us? They're like, no, for somebody else. That's what the manager told me.
He thought that he probably thought that this was his coming out record party. He's the Hard Rock.
Oh,
he's doing a record. It's the... That's why I'm not... Again, I don't like the fact he didn't take a picture with Lindsay. I would love to know exactly what transpired there.
Because he took a picture with you and Chuck.
No, it's something about white girls. Because then we had another listener say that he brought his girlfriend.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't understand why that is.
Whatever.
But it's whatever. I'm not going to shit on him for the party thing, because I really think that he... I mean, look, dude, when you have your own solo out, is that where you would want to fucking announce your solo record? Is that where you want to perform with Chuck D in front of 300 fucking white people because tickets weren't distributed properly?
One dressed like Hitler also.
Like Hitler.
There was Hitler,
you suck!
Hitler, a big cock, and someone in blackface with a clock around their neck.
How would you feel if you walked into a bunch of fucking fat white guys trying to make themselves throw up with candy?
What about Neo completely naked? What about Tippy Tom completely drunk? Is that the place?
Is that the place
where you want to talk about your record dropping?
Yeah, and you bring your mom out. His family was there. This was, Mom, come down.
Oh, boy.
Bring the kids. This is my night. Right. My record's coming out. Yeah. This is my night.
Yeah, the rape victim girl costume was next to his daughters.
Yeah.
Show your tits to his mother and his daughters.
He thought Chrissy was going to be flowing and P. Diddy was going to be there.
He had no idea what the fuck
bunch of hoes.
The Hard Rock in Times Square on Halloween. That's going to be my record drop.
Yeah.
Chuck D is going to be there. We're going to it's going to be the wheels of steel. Do you understand how fucked he got in this whole thing? He did ramble, but he'd probably been drinking a little.
He babbled.
He probably walked out originally.
An hour.
He probably walked out originally, saw the fact that the only blackface was No Filter Paul, and said, let me talk to the crowd and go get fucking loaded.
Yeah, perhaps.
Dude, he got fucked too. And not on purpose.
I don't
like the fact he blew off anybody for a picture.
Someone in his chain of command broke the line of communication.
They were probably,
Absolutely.
They were probably too scared to tell him. They were probably starting to tell him.
Yeah.
They said, wow, great, I'll do the record. And they weren't able to continue the explanation of what was supposed to go down. And then everyone was like, ugh, it's a runaway train at this point. We might as well let it just happen.
Yeah. Getting suggestions that perhaps next year we get Hell's Angels for security. And then if we have any problems, they could take care of it on
stage. Let them do the splaining.
Right.
Well, let's go to Arch Stanton?
Arch Stanton.
Oh, okay, Arch Stanton, what's up?
That's a famous
Hey,
grave.
guys, how are you?
I don't know.
Actually amazed that
The
this
bad and the
thing
ugly.
didn't blow up and it was all over the media.
Main reason, because Flav is older and his group was older. The guys, those security guys he was with were not 20-year-old guys. They were probably like 35-year-old dudes, 40-year-old dudes. They had been with him a while. He had older people with him. I'm telling you, if that was like the Game or fucking Lloyd Banks or somebody like that with a young group around him, that could have been a major fucking problem.
Look at some of the pictures. I see some young guys in that group that looked pretty intimidating, like they were ready to kick some ass.
But also Flav's mother was there, his daughters, his son. I mean, he had family there. I'm telling you, that diffused things. I'm telling you,
they were packing.
That made things a lot easier. His mom probably had a pistol.
The other thing we failed to mention, all those people that were on stage with Flavor Flav, they all had cameras and video. They had their camera phones on, their video cameras, because this was a big moment.
Big event.
They were told it's a big moment.
All they're going to see are a bunch of white faces.
Did you see after he was done performing with Chuck D, they did a photo op on the stage with the family and Chuck and the old rapper. This was a big coming together party.
Oh, Christ.
Do you think they wanted that in front of a bunch of fucking Opie and Anthony fan white people? Do you think this was ideal for them, that every fucking photo they take has me and you and fucking Colin and stupid fat Bob Kelly and Otto?
And a guy dressed as a penis.
Just as a cock and ball.
But from their point of view, do you think that he planned on his...
This is his big moment, and in the photo is No Filter Paul in blackface.
And there's fucking Otto with the puppet's brain showing, bopping to the beat.
Yeah,
do you think that's what he planned? You gotta look at both sides here.
Oh, it gets funnier and funnier. Fucking Neo completely naked with his dick tucked between his legs.
Just a bunch of white disasters. Stupid tender sentiments box. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, his big moment.
Dude, his family was there for a photo op on stage. This was a major thing for him.
Go up. Now I'm getting, just to go with Jimmy's thought here. I'm looking at some of the costumes. Here's a guy dressed as a flasher with a huge cock.
And a pimp.
A guy in a purple shirt with a purple...
There's the guy with the Nazi armband.
Steve from Bayshore dressed as a Nazi. Is this what he wanted to see as he's... fucking dropping his record?
Paris and Baby Girl fucking licking each other in the
making
front.
out right up front.
Happy Typing Girl not even jumping in to stop it. Just the fucking debauchery.
What about Anthony in a wizard's robe on stage?
Well, how about a guy?
If that was white. If my wizard robe was white.
Yeah, dude, I'm surprised.
I almost look like a grand wizard.
I was going to say, you dress like that. I'm surprised he didn't introduce you to the crowd. It looks like...
I know. You almost look like one. And you'd certainly think like one if you took your views down a notch. A fucking guy dressed like George Harrison with pudding on his head to mock brain cancer.
Old pudding head. They're the lovely ladies.
Is this the audience you want to perform in front of?
Look at this. They're my fans, and I don't want to perform in front of them.
Naughty nurses.
Dude, this is not what Flav had in mind for his fucking coming out party.
And they brought those free gifts, too, to give out. But
you nailed it.
They had like a free gift of Flavor Flav CD. They never gave out.
Something happened. Like they threw one box out.
And they realized it wasn't the crowd. The crowd was just...
The crowd threw it back. Or something.
Here's Sergeant Magoo. Sergeant Magoo.
Hey, boys. How you doing this morning?
Hey.
All right. Well, I think the clue that should have tipped him off that it wasn't his crowd is when he gets introduced on stage. Well, there's a bunch of us white boys in our underwear with glue traps stuck all over our bodies.
Yeah, true. That's when he decided to walk out. When a bunch of the white boys were half naked with glue traps stuck all over their hairy bodies. And he decides, yeah, boy.
Finally, here's my moment. First time performing in New York in years.
Blindfolded girls pulling rubber dicks out of water and cow parts. Yeah, this is my coming out party.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. My record's dropping. Yo, my record's dropping.
Look at the pictures. Go to Whackbag. There's Flavor Flav on stage with the guys in glue traps.
And somebody tried slapping a glue trap on him.
Right.
Remember when someone tried slapping a glue trap on Flav and he goes, no, don't do that. Don't put none of that shit on me.
Oh, God. One for the ages.
Yeah, man. This was this was an abortion.
Every time we try to do something like this, it just goes horribly wrong. Please get to the pictures of me, Opie, and Jimmy. They're separate shots, but they're pretty much 3 in a row. About 20 or 30 minutes in.
Well, Roland,
our faces are disgusted.
See next year if you can get fucking maybe Irv Gotti and Murders Incorporated or fucking 50 Cent to perform at our Christmas party. Jesus Christ. Jesus.
It made the papers.
Thank God he's older. Thank God Flav is an older guy, and Chuck D is an older guy, and they're not young, violent fucking loons, or they would have been a major problem.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have a problem.
There were a few problems.
There were a few minor ones, but I'm telling you, his guys, because they're older, are a bit more restrained. More restrained.
They could have got a lot worse than that.
Without a doubt.
Certainly
one missing pocketbook. I feel bad for the lady, but
that's terrible.
You know.
And his guys, the older guys he was with, were not grabbing asses. Those guys were all back there with him. I'm saying the guys that were with him.
Older guys that were there. There were people on the stage though that I saw. Go to one of these pictures. Leah, here's a few. Look at our faces.
Dude,
go back. This is where I'm looking at Opie and going, dude.
And Dan's over us. What do you want
Dan's
to do?
looking.
And I go, obviously nothing.
And I'm looking at Opie like, what? Dude, how long is this going to go on?
Do you understand? There was a guy that walked out, and I mean this. I thought it was Dick Gregory that was with him. There was a guy these are older people, probably people he grew up in his neighborhood with, like guys that were like the older people in his neighborhood.
Oh, here's
yeah. Look at some of the people now. There's Flav.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look at him.
Okay, here's my face. There's me. Disgusted.
Boy, if I think I could read your mind right there.
Look, yeah. I'm just like, oh, boy. And then these can be found on whackbag.com under the photo section. There's Jimmy's face, just like what? That's a great one.
Oh, what a mug.
You look like you're smelling something awful.
You're like...
yeah, Steve is winding his watch or something. There's just shit going on that
we're all making believe that this was, supposed to be part of the show.
Dude, none of us knew what was going on. It wasn't like we're like, all right, he should. Like after a while, once the pictures, you're like, what the fuck was happening?
Yeah,
I tried to wrap it up like after that. It was
God!
It's one of those things that kept going on, and you're thinking, all right, it's got to end soon, and then it didn't, and then you go, all right, we'll see how long it goes, and it didn't end, and
we're gonna take a break.
Roland's a sweet boy, but he's not a take charge guy. You're a sweet man, but you're not a guy that people are intimidated. Because Roland, you'll walk in and go, "We're supposed to," and they'll go, "What?"
We needed like WWF guys to walk up and just.
Here's a great picture. Look at that.
Oh my God! Look at that. Look at that. See, look at some of these guys in there. There's a few guys in there that aren't old guys.
Completely taking over the stage.
And they're on stage,
completely taking over the stage. All right.
Boy.
We're going to go to break with a highlight from the Halloween show. Just shows you how white the audience was. It's our pal Anthony doing Sweet Caroline.
Oh.
This is the same crowd that was listening to Flavor Flav.
If
this doesn't say it all.
Do you think
don't make me laugh
that he wanted to fucking have his solo... he was with Public Enemy.
Right.
First time ever he does a fucking solo album. Do you think he wants some fucking radio guy doing Sweet Caroline to get a bigger applause than the fucking Public Enemy shit he's doing?
By the way...
He wanted to follow Sweet Caroline?
In full wizard regalia. I was in full wizard regalia.
The crowd he was hoping for would have shot you before Note 2. Yo, Chuck's the one that talked me into doing this, yo. Yo, what's he doing out there? Sweet what?
And it was karaoke, too. He followed karaoke.
Karaoke version.
It couldn't have been a more awful night for him.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
His record release party was a horrid bomb. Good.
Someone is saying this is why you have to keep broadcasting these abortions. I laughed all day yesterday thinking about it.
You know, the more you pick it apart, the fucking funnier it gets.
Oh, yeah. Because then we had to follow that. We were just tired. We just wanted to go home. And we
had to still do the costume party.
The costume contest.
Yeah, costume contest.
We were just
party.
We were beaten, man. Well, here's the same audience that Flavor Flav performed in front of. This is Anthony doing Sweet Caroline.
In wizard suit.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you all here tonight to the Halloween party. Everybody knows this one. Sing along. Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's going strong. It was the spring, then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Everybody, hands, touching hands, reaching out,
yes,
touching me,
touching you,
touching you,
baby.
Sweet Caroline, good time never seemed so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now I look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulder. How can I hurt when holding you? Thank you, ladies. Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Everybody, Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no. An 8-bar instrumental break. How's everybody doing this evening? Having a good time? Are we drinking? Are we having fun? I say screw work. Screw work, Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, I believe they never would. Whoa, Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good. Yeah, I've been inclined. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hear it for Anthony. Never disappoints. Anthony, everyone.
Hey. Hey.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Hey.
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 What the hell's going on here?
The Opie and Anthony Show. Awful. They're just awful people.
Opie, Anthony, Jim Norton, and the comedians of the Opie and Anthony Show are appearing in a special holiday edition of FHM, on sale now.
Rock and roll!
Greg from Pal Talk. Good one. Good one. The show went really wrong when Flavor Flav's posse went into the audience and said, mind if we dance with your dates?
With your dates?
Very good. Let's say hi to B-Mo from Connecticut. B-Mo, what's up?
What's going on, man? Hey, listen, I just wanted to know, like, the day of, you had, like, a real problem in the bathroom there. How'd you hold on to that? Did you put the, one of the toys into the dunking bucket?
Well, I was bragging at dinner. I mean, it was Jim's big night last night. After the Letterman appearance, we went down to this fine restaurant for some Italian food, and the dinner conversation was me talking about... honestly, Jim, now that I think about it, it was more than 18 inches. It was about a 20-inch shit.
Loaf?
Well, what in your thought process made you go, like, how did you rethink that and go, wait a minute, there's 2 more inches I missed?
Yeah, hold it. Let me think.
Because I was, like, visualizing, like, I didn't really take into account what was, like, you know, underneath.
You know how you tell? You measure from the tail to the dorsal fin.
Eyes like a doll.
Yeah. All right, B-Mo, thanks. No, yesterday morning, it was at least 20 inches. One piece. This thick around.
You ever pull a big log out and then put it under your nose like it's a mustache and run around kissing people?
Mustachioed.
I was very proud of what I emptied out of my bowels yesterday morning.
How could you tell? Because it had to have cracked.
It didn't crack.
It stayed like, what, soft serve?
I was so
Spiral,
bummed out.
Or sticking out of the bowl?
I was so bummed out I didn't have a digital camera. It went like, it was wrapped up like moment. It was like a snake.
Oh, gotcha. Coiled up.
I actually poked at it a little bit because I was amazed that it was in one piece. So I kind of moved the top part.
Oh, you poked at it.
Well, not with with toilet paper. I just had to move it around to see.
Oh, God.
I was amazed that this was in one piece. You don't see one like that every day, so I wanted to take it all in, you know. But that wasn't the worst conversation we had last night. Freaking one of Jim's managers is a psychopath.
Jonathan, I told you he's crazy.
The stories he was telling. He went to West Africa?
Yeah.
He went to West Africa by himself and drove cross country.
Why?
Dude, we should have him on one time.
That's how you end up hacked apart with a rusty machete.
He's a very bright guy. He's a really smart dude. And he's a very interesting guy. He likes to travel, and he can talk about anything. And he has all this weird knowledge. He's been to Jakarta. I mean, he's a fucking kook, man. He's either an arms dealer or he's looking for a beheading.
They'll find him dead somewhere. Yeah.
What did we say at dinner? You know, we wanted him to take care of himself because we didn't want to go to a wake where I said only his head is there. And then Jimmy goes, no, actually, it would only be his watch with, like a piece of DNA on it.
Yeah, so just nothing left.
A blood fleck.
Right. But he's telling stories about security in Africa and stuff, and how he got on a plane with, like a whole bag of knives that he wanted to bring back to the States. And they didn't check the bag. They checked him through security, but they didn't check the bag, and they said, you're okay to go.
Oh, they don't care.
And he looked at it, was like, and then he didn't want to say anything, so he just picked up his bag of knives and got on the plane.
They don't care over there.
And he was telling us how old the planes are and how you buy a ticket to go to like one city in Africa and you assume it's it's nonstop, but the plane stops like 10 times.
Picks up people
as it goes. The stories he was telling were just really, really interesting. He's been to Timbuktu.
How's first class on those flights? I bet
it's good. You have to actually fly the plane. He has a story he told me, too, about how he tried to bribe a guy at a border in Africa somewhere by giving him a pen, but the guy was insulted because his bribe wasn't good enough. And Jonathan's got some weird shit. Like, he's avoided jail a few times in these places just by weird little local things that you don't know. I mean...
Yeah, that's just it. Like, how would you know what to say, what not to say? Like, that guy insulted by the bribe could have just killed him right there because that's what you do when you're insulted by a bribe. You kill the guy. It's an insult. Like, how do you know that doesn't happen?
Dude, he just has this way about him.
He's got a picture of, it looks like Idi Amin. Like he's like a president of one of these countries in Africa in a car. Like
that wasn't just one with Patrice.
No, that would be idiot. I mean, No, it's Jonathan's obsessed with Idi Amin. He showed me this Idi Amin documentary. He goes, it's really funny, the stuff Edie does. And it's none of it's funny. It's funny. It's the barbarism of a dictator.
Yeah.
But he thinks it's really funny, the little weird things Idi Amin says. He's obsessed with Idi Amin. He mocked a photograph of Idi Amin and he signed it and put it on his desk as a goof. He's truly insane.
Yeah, we got to get him on the show soon.
Yeah, he handles
the stories he was telling last night.
He's the guy that goes to bat for me with networks.
Yeah.
He's out of his fucking mind. And the bulge in the front of his pants, I don't know what it is. He has a water balloon cock.
Maybe that's his tie to Africa.
What's a water balloon cock?
It's just a big mushy thing. Picture a long balloon filled with water, long and mushy.
Like when you used to make balloon animals with?
Dude, look at his fucking package. It's halfway down his leg, and there's no shape to it. It's like a mush. I think he has like elephantitis of the bag.
Is it one of those balloons where like part of the balloon gives out before the rest of it does, so that area pops
It blows out.
Right, it blows out.
I can never tell. It just looks like a giant pound of mashed potatoes lumped into his pants. I'm like, what does he have going on down there? It couldn't even be a sock. Yeah. It's too mushy to be a sock.
Hey, changing gears, I just went on YouTube during the break. There's about 12 new videos up, Opie and Anthony videos. Just throw Opie and Anthony in the search. What I do is I throw Opie and Anthony in the search, and then I do date added, so you get to see all the new videos as they come available. And for your viewing pleasure today, Jim Norton rips on All the Way May. Jim talks about deep dicking Opie's aunt. Is there an actual video of that? Sometimes they just throw the audio from our show and then have pretty pictures that you could look at as you listen to the show.
Oh, okay.
That's up there. Paul Stanley from Kiss on the Opie and Anthony show is now up on YouTube. Opie makes a Paul Stanley doll sick. That's up there. That was the Mad Mexican. He sent in that Paul Stanley
awful gift
doll, and I took advantage of the pea soup that the soup man gave us that morning and made a little video.
Shitty 50-cent gifts he sends in.
Yeah, Sharon Osbourne visits Opie and Anthony. That's now up there, and this is the reason why I'm talking about YouTube at this moment. O&A Halloween videos are now up on YouTube.
Ooh.
I guess someone in the audience, because they're not even our videos yet. Our videos will be up on opieandanthony.com later today. Lots of pictures from the Halloween party up there now. O&A Halloween video, Bobbing for Dildos is up there. O&A Halloween video, Anthony sings karaoke, the Sweet Caroline that we just played. Club Soda Kenny sings Monster Mash from the Halloween party. That video is now up there on YouTube. Well, these are the ones you really want to check out. O&A Halloween video, Flavor Flav arrives.
Yeah.
Surprise guest Flavor Flav arrives at the party and gets the crowd going. They have you and I coming out on stage for the first time. Mummy Glue Trap Challenge is now up there. Meet the Freaks, I guess one of the pests just walked around with the video camera and made it like a montage of all the costumes. That's up there on YouTube. Ryan Starr performing. And, they don't have Flavor Flav performing? I was hoping we had a clip of that.
I'm sure that'll end up there, though. It was a big moment. A lot of people had cameras rolling.
Yeah, let's say hi to Mike in Philly. Mike, what's up?
Hey there, Mike.
Hey, we're trying to get the Taser videos up, the audio on.
Oh, you want to hear more Taser videos?
Yeah, we're dying out here. We're waiting for it.
All right, we'll do it right now.
The first one was just the basic tasering.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, we love the Taser audios. Audio clips. Here's the one we just played a little while ago.
Was that it?
I don't know. What happened to that?
Just barked.
No, something went horribly wrong there.
I want to try being tased.
That's different.
No, you don't.
Why?
Why?
Oh, that's why.
Why would you?
You live through it.
Yeah, but oof.
You know, there's not many Ron and Fez videos up on YouTube. I did a search, but there's a video up there from the old days where Fezzy takes a taser to the neck.
Wow.
Yeah, that's up on YouTube.
What did it do to him? Just knock him out?
Knocked him down in a split second. Like that. That was the one we played earlier.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That's fucking E-Rock running for the train as the doors close and he realizes he's going to be late again.
Oh, E-Rock took advantage this morning.
Oh, my God.
He took advantage this morning.
He had a good one.
Well, after the Halloween show, I was pretty obsessed with how everything sounded. So I stopped over at CBS to see how they were editing the mess. And then I stopped over here to see how the guys were doing. And E-Rock pretty much told me that he's going to be, pulling an all-nighter to edit the show for XM. So, stupid me, I go, E-Rock, on Thursday, why don't you, come in a little later?
But didn't he have Wednesday?
Yeah.
Like, Wednesday. He probably got more sleep than he ever did because...
I thought that was stupid. So he showed up today at 5:45.
So today he was
the rest of the
about
guys,
45 minutes
Dan,
late.
what time do you show up?
4:30.
Yeah. Dan was there at 4:30. E-Rock, 5:45.
But it wasn't like the Halloween party was last night.
I know. I was stupid. I was feeling bad because he was staying up all night to edit the thing. So I'm like, come in a little later on Thursday. I didn't mean like just before the show starts.
These guys have to listen to that whole show and edit it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I know, that must have been a nightmare.
Fucking envy that.
And there were two different shows.
Holy shit.
There were two completely different shows. CBS ran their own version, and XM ran their version, so. All right, yeah, this is some more Taser clips. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the barking one.
All right, and then we got this one. Oh, these are all short, unfortunately. I like the really long ones.
Yeah, I like the ones that play out.
I like the fleeting.
Cop threatened you first?
Yeah.
Yeah, these sound like the tests that they do.
Hey, can you throw these on my machine?
Sure.
Those are fun.
That was good.
I got an idea for these.
It's
going to be my new bit. Just get them on my machine.
Oh.
I got a new bit. New bit. It's about time.
Wow, they gave him a long shot there.
Fuck yeah, man.
Oh, that guy was a bad boy. Throw these on.
He was misbehaving.
Thank you. For tomorrow?
Yes.
I got an idea. It might work. Might not. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ooh. Like everyone's thinking.
I want to hear that song.
Oh, yeah. Where's the Ali G song?
Leaving.
Where's,
No, we were going to play it over there. We ran out of time.
Fan.
You have it?
No, they have it in Gillette. Only because this was something, I don't know how much setup it needs. The Ali G show, I'm sure you all know Borat.
He's coming in tomorrow, by the way.
I'm so fucking jealous. He's a Sacha Cohen character. Ali G is one guy, and his show is broken up into segments. Ali G was one, Borat was one, and Bruno, the gay. They're all hilarious.
Yeah.
Borat kind of became my favorite, and one of the things he did was a sing-along in a country western bar. And he would go to a lot of these places. Like they show a clip of him singing the national anthem. He did. I saw
rodeo,
that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's play that song. This is the song he did. It was a sing along in a country western bar.
All right, here it is.
This is a song called "Nie mogę zrobić domofon." It's been in my country. There is a problem. In my country there is problem, and that problem is transport. It take very, very long, because Kazakhstan is big. Throw transport down the well. Come on! So my country can be free. So my country can be free. We must make travel easy. Then we have a big party.
Oh, clapping.
In my country there is problem, and that problem is the Jew. They take everybody's money, they never give it back. Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns. Then we have a big party. If you see the Jew coming, you must be careful of his teeth. You must grab him by his money. And I tell you what to do. Everybody, throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free. You must grab him by his horns. Then we have a big party.
starts with.
My God.
I love the first verse is. And the problem is transport. Like, the problem is transportation because Kazakhstan is big, and then it's all about grabbing Jew by the horns and throw him down by the well.
And I like how the people there start kind of getting into it.
They're clapping.
At first they're just clapping, but then they get them to know the words and jump right in.
Oh, he's funny,
is
man.
that great?
That fucker. No, he does cringe moments better than anybody.
Wow.
You ever saw Ali G show when he fucking, when he interviewed people as Ali G and how great he was at uncomfortable moments? Andy Rooney was furious. He accused Andy Rooney of being racist because Andy Rooney wouldn't talk to him, and you're white.
Mike from Boston.
I gotta buy those.
What's up, Mike?
They're hilarious, dude. You'll love them.
Hey, that was wicked fucking funny, but I just gotta ask you guys, don't you think this guy Borat is like the new Yakov Smirnoff?
Absolutely not.
No.
Dude, Yakov Smirnoff was a guy who did cute jokes that he performed for President Reagan.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was doing...
What a country.
This guy is doing characters out in the real world that are fucking hilarious.
He's more like Andy Kaufman.
Absolutely.
Than Yakov.
No, Yakov, dude, this guy's not a novelty. This guy is really, fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
In my country, shut up, Yakov.
Fucking, all this guy does. There's one where he goes... Something about, he goes to like a self-help, Borat in one of the Ali G sketches goes to a self-help, like a karate instructor, and he's showing him moves, and then he goes, okay, and he was like, what do you, show me how to defend if the Jew comes at you with his horns, really fucking, if the juke, or if the woman, the way he talks about women like they're just garbage, he's really funny, man.
Let's go to Mike in Jersey. Mike.
Hey, guys, did you see the video to that thing? The fucking...
Yes.
The hicks in the audience, they got like teeth missing, and the women are doing the horn sign with their fucking hands when he goes to Jews by the horn. It's fucking hilarious.
He does as Borat too, he did this political thing where he was going with a local like shitty like assemblyman candidate going door to door. And I think that at the one door he was asking the people if he could use their bathroom because he had to make a shit, and he was really fucking funny, man.
Hey, did you ever see the one where he's in the audience at some like football game, and he's sitting next to people, and he pulls out a picture, he goes, "You like to see a picture of my wife?" And he pulls out a picture, and it's like a fucking 400-pound naked lady with her legs spread open, and people are like fucking looking at her like in horror.
He just doesn't care, man.
Dude,
that's freedom.
He's out at one of these places, Borat. He's trying to kiss a cop. He's a cop's like, whoa, kiss me. He's trying to fucking kiss a cop. Well, the one where he's getting the people to sniff his ass and he's sniffing their ass. It's like one of these fucking weird. Like, there's like groups like, hey man, like these California fucking hippie groups.
Yeah.
And they're so into like learning about you. There's only like 4 of them in the room. And he said that you learn about people's essence if you smell them. So he makes the guy stand there, and Borat sniffs the guy under each arm, and then he sniffs his crotch, and he sniffs his ass. And then at the end, he's got the guy doing it. Fucking, dude, the Ali G show is fucking great.
Is he going to do another one, or is he now
I'm
just do the movies now, right?
It's going to be very hard to do any of these. He'll eventually come out with a 4th one because they're so famous. Ali G is probably too famous for him to do now. I think Bruno is the one he'll have a shot at. Bruno's a great gay character. He's just fucking... The guy's brilliant, man. I would love to hate him because he's doing the character. He's fucking brilliant.
Cool. All right.
Great stuff, man.
Dude, you got the Ali G show you will love.
I'll pick up the DVD.
Yeah.
DVDs.
1 and 2, yeah.
We got some... leftover stuff in front of us we haven't got to in a while.
Leftovers.
Well, it's kind of a slow day as far as new stuff goes.
Cool.
We have more Tara Reid on Tyra talking about her bad plastic surgery.
All right. That was her plastic surgery nightmare.
We could do that.
Because they keep showing pictures of her belly.
Yeah.
And it looks like she had lipo done, and it's all lumpy.
She got destroyed.
Like they pushed fat around.
You want to just play the last couple clips of this?
Yeah, let's hear what she's talking about.
Well, what's got a really bad boob job as well.
Tara?
Yeah, she had to go back.
Was she trying to save money or something?
I don't know. I think they discuss that in this clip here.
The first surgery I had, I went to the very first surgeon I saw, which you're not supposed to do. I mean, I didn't do my research. One of the things that people need to know is that you don't have to be a board-certified plastic surgeon in America to give surgery. Like a dentist could give it to you, or
That's what I've been hearing, yeah.
And that's a crazy law that's not, legal.
Not legal.
Okay, that's not legal.
Well, you are Tara Reid. Don't you have people around you who could look up tit doctors, you fucking Hollywood idiot?
Or all
Just ask your friend.
Everyone you
ask
know
the
is
ones
having
that
their
have
tits
nice
fixed.
tits. Where'd you get them done?
My ex-girlfriend could tell you. She's had them done twice.
You know, you could go to a dentist. Would you?
Right.
You know, you idiot.
I would cross that off my list if I was a chick looking for boobs. Well, you can get it from a dentist? No, I don't think so.
That story over the weekend, or not past couple of days, that 18-year-old girl got her nipple pierced, and it got infected. She had to have her left tit removed.
The whole tit?
She was 4 hours away from being dead when she finally went to the hospital. It was spreading that fast, infection.
How long did she have the infection for?
And she said it was a while, a few weeks. And it was hurting, so she finally went, and the doctor, now she's laying there. Her mother's there with her, and the doctor goes, here's your choice. In 4 hours, she's going to be dead, or I got to remove her left breast.
Oh, it's terrible.
And 18, boom, got to cut off her tit.
The whole thing?
Whole thing.
Oh, boy.
They showed the CAT scan of her chest, and you just saw one tit, which I guess looks normal under a CAT scan, and then the other one was just full of black.
Wow.
And boom. So there she is.
Under black was the infection, right?
Yeah.
Black was the infection?
Yep.
We were supposed to get Tara Reid on the show.
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh, my God.
I love Roland. He's like, he offers all these guests, and we say yes to, and they never show.
But we get the other ones.
Right. He actually sent out an email the other day asking if we wanted Jimmy Carter on the show.
Yeah, no, we'd rather not have Jimmy Carter.
Who would want to talk to an ex-president? That's
Jimmy
just
Carter.
silly.
I'm sure Jimmy Carter will come in because he thinks showing tits is hilarious while he's an ex-president building homes for the homeless.
I have lusted in my heart.
There are some...
He's done that, so maybe he'll, no?
Nah, when Roland sends these emails for these people, I don't even respond because I'm like... We're not getting that person. We're not getting Jimmy Carter on this show.
How about this, Roland? If it's an ex-president or a current president, I never thought I'd have to say this.
Yeah.
Book all presidents.
Every single president
He's gonna
can come in.
He's going to appear on the same show where, when we're having a slow day, Jimmy farts into a microphone.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest here.
Can we even say this? That if an ex-president wants to come on this program, he can come in without even us knowing, in the middle of whatever we're doing.
That's right.
Or a current president. Because Roland like,
well,
say that.
Of course.
Hopefully it's during, Big A getting his face squirted
why not?
by some stripper broad.
Sure. Wouldn't that be great?
Speaking of which.
This is fantastic.
We have to mention it again. We have to mention it every year until we retire.
Oh.
The most uncomfortable moment, one of the most uncomfortable moments in our radio careers. They're about to do, this is yesterday's paper, I guess. No,
why would you have today's?
No, it's
why would it be in today's
Maybe
if it was
I
yesterday's?
I guess.
Did you see it yesterday? Why wouldn't yesterday's paper be here? Iraq.
Anthony?
Exactly.
It is that time of year they are doing Hungerthon again.
Oh, we remember that.
And it listed all the stations, and we're back in with the CBS family.
Uh-huh.
And they're not doing it over at Free FM.
Now, that's interesting. Are they doing it at NEW?
They're doing it there. They're doing it at
See, but I thought they weren't doing it at NEW because when we were there, they didn't do it at NEW, but they did it over at 92.3.
Yeah, we're the problem.
So now we are at 92.3, and they're doing it over at NEW, but not at 90. I see. I'm seeing a little pattern here.
See, there's been a couple incidents in our careers where we noticed that charities would rather not work with us.
Would rather not help the people.
Well, would rather not help, the people they're trying to help.
If it involves us.
They would rather, have kids die of cancer. That was the case in Boston.
Yeah, the Jimmy Fund.
The Jimmy Fund was supposed to be our big charity for our CD that we put out.
Didn't take our money.
And because of our reputation, they said, no, we do not want to take free money to help the cancer kids from Opie and Anthony.
You know, that money may have actually saved a child.
Yeah.
There could be a child that's dead because they didn't want to take our money.
That's one thing I've learned, that there are actually, the charities out there get picky as far as where their donations are coming from. I had no idea. I thought if you're a charity, you'll take it from wherever. If Osama bin Laden all of a sudden had a heart one day and decided he wanted to give some money up, you, as the charity, would just accept that because in the end you're helping, cancer kids or what have you.
Maybe that's a...
Well, I know. Well, I had
extreme.
I went for the extreme, example there, Anthony. And then with the Hungerthon.
Yeah.
With the priest there.
Well, the priest that runs the thing. If he was dressed like a priest, We would have known. We would have known.
We didn't know.
He was dressed like a regular guy.
We didn't know.
He was dressed like a regular guy in civvy clothing and everything, and it was about Hungerthon. I figured he was like an aging hippie kind of guy, just into helping the hungry by auctioning off rock memorabilia, tickets to shows.
He spends the whole year getting rock memorabilia.
Yeah.
Like, he'll get Eric Clapton to sign a guitar.
And then it goes on the radio, and maybe you hear during one of the breaks, hey, we're taking bids now for Clapton's autographed guitar for Hungerthon.
It's a huge success. It raises a lot of money for Hungerthon for, I guess, the New York homeless.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly for the New York homeless.
Yeah. And it's run by Father
Bill Ayer. Something like that.
And he was, like I said, just dressed like a regular guy, sort of guy helping out. And
that's how we met Stalker Patty, by the way.
Yeah. She was
during the Hungerthon, she was manning the phones, and she brought, like, brownies in for us one day or something because she was a fan.
And perhaps we shouldn't have just assumed he was a regular guy and asked him, hey, you want to see something?
Well, and we were hugely popular. So we were bringing in the most money at NEW for the Hungerthon by far.
Oh, yeah.
Because we had more people listening, and we have a very interactive audience, as you guys know. So they were bidding like crazy on these items. And during the Hungerthon, we had these two girls come in, these two black girls, and they were doing a double dong dildo show.
Double Dong Dildo Show.
For what reason, I have no idea. Maybe because it was a Tuesday.
Yeah, there didn't have to be a reason.
I don't know if there was a reason that day. And it was so amazing. When something like that is going down, you want to turn it on to other people, right?
It's beautiful. You want to share it.
You want to share it with everyone around you. So the door opens up, and I see Bill. And I go, hey, Bill, come in here. Check this out.
Check this out.
He comes walking in completely horrified.
There are two black chicks, ass to ass, with so much lube, and they're so juiced up, with this giant double dong dildo buried to the hilt in both of them. They're just banging ass cheeks, screaming.
And that's when we invited the priest to come in.
And the priest walks in and looks, and just shook his head and walked out. And that, I believe, was the last we ever saw of him.
Or spoke to him.
And our GM at the time came running in a panic and informed us that he was indeed a priest, and
we had no idea.
We didn't know. We were like, how the hell are we gonna? How are we supposed to know?
Who cares? The fucking priest.
Well, let me tell you, he did.
Good for you guys.
It would have been easier for him to see a young girl with her head spinning around, spitting green shit in his face, than seeing those two black chicks with a double dunk.
And the next year came along, and we were even more popular. The ratings were through the roof. We could have raised a ton of money for the homeless in New York, and he opted out. He said no.
And they actually had to go to WINS.
They had to go to another radio
station. News station.
Even though they did it at NEW for years before we came along.
Unbelievable. Well,
all right, back to Tara. Tara explains how bad her surgery went.
That was Tara.
And what was it? Was it a breast surgery?
It was a breast surgery, and on my stomach I had like bumps, so I tried to got lipo detailing. And
what does lipo detailing mean?
It's like when your stomach's fat, but like there's like a little fat, and you kind of want to make a six pack.
So they can actually
they say it. That's what I heard.
Sections to make a six pack.
Like make it really smooth. So that's what I heard. So like, oh, why not? Let's do it. Yeah. Perfect. Well, absolutely, the total opposite came out. I wound up having the bumpiest roller coaster. Looks like I had golf balls all on my.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, it was pretty terrible in both situations.
And then what about the breast? What went wrong with the breast?
The breast, the way he went on the inside of it, the nipple part goes. He just did a completely horrific job. I mean, it was really scarred terribly.
Why is she on TV?
Oh, my God.
Why is she in entertainment?
I was in the American Pie movie, and I was in the Josie and the Pussycats.
Hey, look, the bottom line is, keep
really
fucking with your body. That's what you get, stupid. You shallow bitch.
Yeah.
How about fucking just losing the weight the way the rest of us have to? Would just do a few crunches?
Or if you do have the money to do it or want to do it,
research.
That's fine. But don't just go to some butcher. Jesus Christ. Where did she go that her belly ended up looking like a mountain range?
Golf balls popping out.
And then she was getting in that bikini, and pictures were taken and put on websites. Whoa. So now what does she do? Did she have...
She found another doctor, and I guess she got most of it fixed.
I don't think you could get that belly shit fixed.
Who knows?
That's probably big, like, scarring and stuff.
Maybe it's an implant now.
Yeah.
A plate is in there.
A plate? I've never heard of the belly plate.
Tara says she's really misunderstood. This is the last clip. Tyra believes in her.
Of course she does.
Tyra was very inspirational, I noticed.
The most? Does it hurt when they talk about something physical or
No,
behavior?
I think I'm just so misunderstood. I think just as a person, you know. Yeah, my behavior, I mean, it's like every time you see me out, they'll only show a picture of me like with a cup in my hand. Like they won't show like all the benefits I'm involved in with children or this or that. They never show anything positive. Like everything, you know, has just been really negative they've shown, and that's not really the truth. And I feel like I've been in a really last couple of years have been really rough for me, and I'm, you know, kind of like being in a storm or being in a hurricane. And I feel like now in my life, like coming clean and getting myself fixed, I feel like it's like the end of the storm, and I'm starting to see like a rainbow. And it's really, you know, nice to feel.
Yeah. Well, I wish you luck. Yeah. I'm looking into your eyes, and I see someone that knows that they've lived life and might have lived hard, but that they're ready to change and have made a change. And I know this Incubus movie is the beginning for you, and I do wish you the best, because this is your chance, this is your rainbow, and this is your time. This is your turn.
Thanks, Sarah.
I mean that. I do. We'll be right back.
Oh, a fucking head-on collision between the two of them.
Oh, absolutely.
What a dream come true.
Absolutely.
I felt like I was in a hurricane, and there's a rainbow. And tomorrow, I don't know, it might be partly cloudy with chance of showers, but for the most part, it's like, it's good. It might hail. Some days I get some hail, but I don't care. And then it snows, and then I gotta plow the driveway.
Hey, Tara, DJ in a light bulb is saying that you're famous because you're a blonde whore and that you live off nicotine and semen.
Well, that's not necessary.
I have found a way to get all the nutrition I need out of nicotine and semen.
Really?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what the bumps are in my belly. They're a bunch of little tiny pregnancies.
Oh, my God.
Well, good luck to her. What are you going to say? At least she's doing better than that other one from American Pie. That redhead.
No kidding.
Who no one's heard from since. She was in a hospital for a while. The fuck was her name?
I don't know. I forgot her name.
That redhead.
Hey, let's try to clean up some of the stuff that's been laying around for a long time here. Is this stuff good? The awful impressionist? Johnny Gallagher? Jimmy, you know Johnny Gallagher?
Johnny Gallagher? You're familiar with a little comic named Johnny Gallagher?
I am actually not.
Johnny Gallagher wrote a song for a little movie back in 1938.
Johnny Gallagher is a impressionist. He was on a local access 80s talent show. Where'd you get this?
Boy. No, not Allison Hannigan.
YouTube, maybe?
Natasha Lyonne, that's her name.
There you go.
She's the mess.
Notice lack of laughter from live audience in these short clips as he's trying to do impressions.
Johnny Gallagher. Here you are, Johnny. How you doing, Frank? Glad to see you. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that Jerry Cooney and Larry's home fight was really something. But can you picture if
Larry's home. Jerry Cooney duked it out with fucking a boxer's house.
Larry's home. Oh, is this guy bad right from the start? Was he trying to do Howard Cosell there?
I was going to ask you. Guess the impression.
I heard a hint of something.
Yeah.
And it was awful.
I do a good Cosell, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh, let me hear
I actually do a really good one.
Let me hear it.
There's the fight and it's fighting.
What the?
Muhammad Ali fighting Joe's razor. Dolt.
Glad to see you. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that Jerry Cooney and Larry's home fight was really something. But can you picture if our politicians were in a fight game? It'd go something like this.
Oh, no.
And now, with Howard Cosell. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With me, the former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy, you do look beat. Well, I fought every tough contender, but I promise that I will be back next year, and I will win with the help of my brother Billy.
He sounds more like Jimmy Norton.
Let's guess how this guy killed himself.
Holy Jesus.
And what voice he was trying to do when he did it.
Wow.
Let's guess.
Oh, my God. This is going to be a big fight with Jerry Cooney and George N. Foreman. Douchebag.
Okay, we take you now to Las Vegas where we have Jack Nicholson with Ronnie Reagan. Jack?
Do we?
How the hell are you, Howie? It's so good to see ya. And with me is the President Prez. You never look so good. Well, I'm just a rough, tough cream puff. And you know, I'll meet him next time. I'll meet Jimmy or Henry.
This guy's good.
Oh, my God. I can't even deal with this.
Oh, my God. And people are actually watching him.
That's him.
I can see how a white girl could fall for him.
Look at his greasy, pasted-down hair.
Oh, his breath must be awful from that fucking sour, nervous breath he gets. His tongue probably stinks.
What year was this?
86.
86.
Oh, this guy's fucking...
Let's book him.
Wow. Where is he? Find me Johnny Gallagher.
In this final clip, do we have more Johnny Gallagher clips that we could play?
I hope so.
Please. You can never get enough. I want the double album.
This guy's great.
In this final clip, Johnny does 3 impressions never done on TV. Roger Moore, Al Pacino, and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley.
God,
Oh, no.
I asked Impressionist, the same one, can you do something that nobody else does?
Sure.
You can?
3 voices that nobody has ever done on TV.
Okay, here's mine.
Okay. Roger Moore. I say there, Daniel. How are you? Nice to see you. Hello, this is James Bond.
Al Pacino. Look, I don't want to see you get hurt, you know what I mean? So if you want to listen to me, do what you want.
And Squiggy of Laverne and Shirley.
Hello, this is Squigman and his friend Lenny, and we come to Chicago to see Laverne. Thank you, Frank.
That got a
Holy
laugh.
fuckeroni. I can't.
Oh, my God.
I can't even move.
So mad.
I know.
I can't even move. I'm paralyzed with douche chill.
I'd rather do an impression of an infected left tit.
Oh, my God.
Please tell me this guy is dead.
Let's say hi to Colin Cosell. Yes, he's related to Howard. Colin.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hi, Colin.
I had to weigh in with a quick imitation. Look at that little honky run.
Yeah, this guy doing your grandfather a grave disservice.
I just turned this on. What is this? What is going on?
This guy's an impressionist doing an 86, and he's doing Howard Cosell. And he's doing a few other impressions. None of them sound anything like the people. This guy's classic.
I thought we were listening to a Trainables.
This is exactly what he sounds like, a retard trying to do impressions.
Please get me more Johnny Gallagher clips.
And by the way, this is really Cosell's nephew, grandson. I'm sorry, people think that we're just goofing around. He really is.
Down goes Blazer.
Blazer.
All right, Colin.
All right, gentlemen, have a good one.
All right, buddy.
Later.
Yeah, we got to find more, though.
I want Colin to bring me some Muhammad Ali paraphernalia.
Oh.
I want to meet Ali more than I want to fucking blow a load in a few minutes. I don't mean to overemphasize, but...
Yeah, that's a little overemphasizing. But
you know how awful it is to jerk off in your room with Club Soda Kenny in the living room?
No.
What?
No.
What'd you do?
No.
Nothing.
No, you didn't.
What?
I have to finish packing, so I'm going to leave. And we're flying to Atlanta. But I'm saying it's hard because Kenny will come up and sit in my living room, and I have to go and scrap a load on myself in my room.
Why do you have to do that?
Who doesn't?
He's got to.
Yeah, what am I, fucking...
Got to release.
Am I communist?
Can't you just wait till you get to Atlanta?
Oh, yeah, easy for you to say.
You really going to do that?
Why not?
Your prostate must be like a little string bean.
It's awful. It's just swollen.
Not swollen. Just completely emptied and small.
I wish, because then I would have to piss every 3 minutes. My fucking prostate, it looks like I should paint it different colors and float it over a field. It's a hot air balloon. My fucking prostate sucks.
Well, think if you didn't scrap so much.
My prostate looks like Roland. I want to put a medium shirt on it. He makes me come a lot.
Monster Cloud from Whackbag. Oh, when you said never before on TV, I thought he was going to imitate putting a pillow between his gut and a gun and killing himself.
And by the way, look at the note that this fucking club soda left me.
Oh, right.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Jim, I am getting the car. I will. It's a will, but he puts it like W-I-W. I will be in front. You got to leave at 11 a.m. We got to leave your apartment at 12 noon for a 2 p.m. flight. First of all, stupid. If you put 12, I wouldn't have thought midnight, and there's only 1 noon. You don't put 2 together unless you're a dummy idiot.
Did he say 12 p.m. noon?
No, just 12 noon, which is not necessary.
Yeah.
For a 2 p.m. flight, thanks, and then he signs it CSK. Like I wouldn't know it was him, although he just handed me the fucking note. Who hands you a note that they signed? Here you are. Thanks. Who's this from? Oh, you. Thanks.
A gentleman named CSK.
See, when you said, I'm getting the car, I'll be in front, you gotta leave, we have to leave for our flight, I didn't know who that was. Thank you for clarifying that.
All right, let's get line of the day done, and let's get out of here. One winner today.
That's it.
Line of the day, sponsored by BowDogFight.com. Log on and watch American fighters battle for the right to represent the U.S. in a bout against the Russians. It's all on BowDogFight.com, a mixed martial arts tournament and docu-reality unlike any seen before. Here is today's line of the day.
Ooh. Here comes the line of the day, line of the day.
So I don't know. All I'm saying is it's hard to take a lesson from Tom when he's wearing a tie like Flavor's Uncle Earl.
It's a fine shade of green.
That tie came from the Superfly boutique in Freeport.
Very well earned.
Colin Quinn, line of the day. He's at Gotham Comedy Club all weekend long, starting tonight.
This is probably going to be my stepping out cover, although I wish they didn't use this picture.
Let me see.
Let me see. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good.
Can I see?
Yeah.
That's good.
I don't know if I want that. There's a better one of me biting.
You want to change it? I got to tell Pete.
Why don't you want this?
There's a much better one of me fucking ready to bite it, which I love.
Oh, because you wouldn't be doing that, right?
Yeah, they say the other one was too sexual.
You would have no problem with that, right?
Oh, no, she was sexy. Her name is Bella. She's a stripper at fucking...
You would dig right in there, right? So that's why there's a problem with the cover.
No, but plus, I just like the other one better because my hand's on my face in this one. I like the other one better. It's a better pick.
Oh, dude, that's going to be a great cover, though.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not give it the big reveal right now.
No.
When is it out? Next week?
I think Tuesday.
Tuesday? Very good. Yeah, Jimmy's going to be on the cover of Steppin' Out magazine here in New York City. We'll throw that online when it becomes available for the rest of the country.
All right. We're tired.
Jimmy, have fun in Atlanta. We'll see you on...
thank you.
We'll see Jimmy on Wednesday.
Yes, and Jimmy. Thank you, by the way. I got my Kissology. It's the Ultimate Kiss collection signed by Gene and Paul.
Ooh.
It's a fucking 2 DVD set of all their old shit and concerts and stuff. So thank you for providing that for me. It's now out in stores.
All right, very good. Bye, Jimmy.
Yes, have a safe trip.
Should we do our meeting for everybody, or should we do it off mic today?
Off. Oh, is it that bad?
Any guest approvals? Any question with guests?
Yeah, just
who?
Adam Goldberg.
Who's Adam Goldberg?
From Saving Private Ryan.
Who else?
Oh, that guy.
Tom Papa wants to come in next week.
Who?
Tom Papa.
What about
Tom?
What about
what's Adam? Isn't Adam Goldberg the guy that got it in the worst fucking way in that movie?
Yeah.
The knife, slow with the guy going shh, shh. But I think I was saying some German shit as he drove the knife into his chest. What a horrific fucking scene that was. Because you just like beating the crap out of him, and the German had him pinned, and he's taking a bayonet and slowly putting it into his chest, and Adam Goldberg's character is going, no, hey, let's talk. He's trying to and the guy's just going, this big German's just like, no, shh, as he slowly sticks it right into his heart.
Wow, I do.
Oh, it's horrid.
Oh,
big Nazi.
What about Rob Zombie?
We're working on that.
What about Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, Jimmy Carter.
He's doing a big book tour next month.
What are the odds of us getting him?
It's good. He's doing a full national book tour.
What about Tara Reid? Why didn't we get her?
Tara?
She's coming back to New York in December. She only did TV the first time around, and she's coming back.
Is Edward Norton's publicist seeing anybody? She's very attractive. Huh?
Yeah. I don't know.
She's hot. I gotta look at her. Wow, she's a pretty girl.
Who?
Norton's publicist.
Oh.
Beautiful. I don't know who she is or who she's married to or not. She's very pretty. I want to go out on a date with her.
I'm gonna
take her to somewhere for a nice dinner.
Ooh.
Perhaps some potatoes.
All right, we'll do the meeting off air. Here's how we end it today. Listen to this.
This is Paul R. Nelson, and you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
I just ate 4 burritos and drank a pot of coffee. Anyone for trouser chili?
Oh, God damn.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, God.
Line of the Day is brought to you by Bodog. If you'd like to vote on any of the weekly show polls, go to iliketolisten.com. It's Last Best Standing, recorded live at F.H. Riley's and featuring some of the least funny Opie and Anthony fans telling some of the most unamusing jokes. It's awful. Kiss that insomnia goodbye. It's an evening of performances by people whose parents think they're really hysterical. And that's it. The Unfunny begins this Saturday, November 4th at 9 p.m. Only on XM 202. Last Best Standing.